scientifically. This is the bit you don't want to do
You said you
because
said
you
you
know
gave me the
it
you said you
can't
gave me
do
on a
it.
silver platter.
Okay,
You said
for
you
the sake of the argument,
gave
I
me the
gave it to
gradient
you
on
on a silver platter. You can have your... We don't disagree with the gradient. For fuck's sake. At what stage did anyone disagree with the gradient? What we're disagreeing with is your claimant of gravity is the causational mechanism. You don't even know what gravity is. So let's start there. Define gravity. Break this down one step at a time. Define gravity.
Go back to the beginning with this stuff.
Define gravity. Don't complain about going back to the beginning. Define gravity. You're telling us gravity is this mystical, magical thing. Define it.
It's the attraction of masses. Force equals the force of
you're
gravity
out of date,
is
son.
big G times mass 1 times mass 2.
Excellent. So we're dealing with gases. PV equals nRT. Tell me where there's a big G or little G. Tell me where there is a big G or little G in PV equals nRT.
At the small scale, you don't need to consider gravity because
this is not about a scale
factor.
At a small scale, we don't need to consider gravity. So why are you trying to validate gravity via a pressure gradient? If it's a small scale.
Because that's not a small scale. That's not a small scale. You're saying, show you an example of pressure being...
Listen, hey, start off with, number one... No, look, listen, kid, get your fucking internet fixed, for Christ's sake. There's a gap, and then all of a sudden you're still talking 10 seconds later. Number one, you're slightly outdated with your gravity idea. Last I checked, your mass attracting mass, Newtonian, was superseded by Einsteinian's general relativity about 112 years ago, give or take. So you're a bit late to the party.
It still applies.
So number two, if your gravity that you've claimed, mass attracting mass, is the causational mechanism, you can demonstrate that via experimentation. Please provide now an experiment that demonstrates mass attracting mass using air.
My demonstration is the vertical pressure gradient.
Yep, excellent. That's the claim. Okay, so now you've got to demonstrate it. Your claim is gravity is causing air to do things. So now you have, yep, that was for the sake of the argument. Obviously, you're not too bright. The sake of the argument was, here's your density gradient, which no one disagrees with in the first place. Now what are you going to do with it? You chose to drop out because of your failed internet connection. This is not my problem if you can't keep up. So, number one, because I was being generous, I gave you your pressure gradient and I asked you what you're going to do with it. You chose not to answer. Not a me problem. So now we can burn that because I don't feel like being nice anymore. I want you to demonstrate gas being held down via gravity.
You would need a container as tall as the atmosphere.
Why do I need a container?
So there's no... If you're going to perform some isolate...
I'm going to perform something. So why do I need a container? You broke up, Mr. Roboto.
I'll try to talk to you guys when I have a better reception.
I am 100% certain that 90+% of his problem is his shitty internet connection and he only gets every second word. Because he was in here before, a couple of days ago, and he did exactly the same thing, was dropping out and just repeating the same dumb shit over and over again.
He tried to blame your internet connection. So yeah, I think
My internet connection's really good at the moment. I can tell because you're as clear as a bell.
No,
but yeah, he
Matrix,
was just using your excuse.
yeah, I've sat there and I've had the same exact conversation with him for probably 45 minutes.
Hello?
His proof is the pressure gradient. That's his proof of gravity. So if gravity is the causational mechanism, we would have number one outside, which is the claim. Then number two, we would be able to demonstrate this in a laboratory under very controlled conditions, demonstrating that gravity does pull air down.
Right. Yeah. He
To be
gets
fair, I
tripped up.
guess you did push him in the corner, and his
Well,
internet cut out from being pushed in the corner.
And he gets tripped up a lot with, well, there's high pressure at the surface of Earth, but then as it goes up, it gets lower, and there's no barrier or container in between those two small differences in pressures. That's where he's stuck. He's stuck on that.
But I gave him his gradient earlier. I let him have it. No questions asked. Here it is, on a silver platter, not questioned, not challenged. What are you going to do with it? And then he disappeared.
Do you hate the authority?
Do I hate authority?
Yeah.
That's a matter of perspective. I get some people coming in here going, I'm a right bastard because I am authority. But no, I don't hate authority. I disagree with some of their reasonings for being authority and their motives and the way that they perform their authority. Yes, I disagree with, but I don't hate authority.
Like, do you think
Next
this
question.
kind of ideology is related to political thing?
What? Flat Earth ideology? Do I think it's political related? No. I think it's measurement related. You go outside, you measure the surface, and you get a result. And from that result, you make up your own damn mind.
Yeah, flat Earth is a way of life. It's not an ideology. You know, it's what
nothing
it's
to
where
do with politics.
Yeah.
Yes, if
The
it was
Earth has been
politics.
created. Hang on. The Earth has been created flat and level. There's no ideology there. Go and measure the curvature. You're going to find a flat Earth. That will then make you think about how this Earth was created. Okay, that's all. It's not an ideology. It's not a fashion statement or a trend. None of those things. It's a reality.
And if it was political, it would be on the news every day. It's not. So
I think like current education promotes science, like empirical science.
So you're a flat earther.
No, flat Earth is considered pseudoscience, right?
I'd say it's more empirical than the
No.
globe.
Let's step it through, Gus. Why do you think that flat Earth is pseudoscience?
Because we don't learn those as empirical in science, like education.
So because it wasn't taught in education, therefore you believe that's pseudoscience?
Yeah, we like, for example, like science, like education, like science prefer
Well,
psychology
here's an idea.
over spiritual
Why
things, right?
don't they at school go, hey, some people think the earth is flat and some people think the earth is a ball. Let's go out and measure for drop over distance, boys and girls. We're going to go to our nearest lake, which is 20 miles across. On one side, half of the class are going to help Mr. So-and-so set up a laser. And the other half of the class are going to go around the other side and they're going to set up a target. Now, if the Earth is flat, they're going to hit the target. If the Earth is round, the laser should be so many feet above the target. Wouldn't that be a great test? To give the kids the choice and the option to measure it directly?
Even a mirror, right?
So, well,
What I'm trying to tell you is you weren't given an option as a kid. You were just told a story. You were given an image, most likely a globe sitting on a teacher's desk. You were given that as an image. That is your understanding of the world, is that plastic toy sitting on the teacher's desk. Outside of that, you've never confirmed any of it. Nothing that you do in your daily life refers
yeah.
to that. You just drive to work, do your job, go home, have dinner with the missus and kids, or whatever you do, whether it's playing sports. You know, nothing you do in your daily life necessitates a sphere. All you've got is this image of a sphere, a projection of it as a mental construct. That's it. Sorry, bro.
Like
The Earth
there's
is
like
flat. You've
multiple
been
way
lied to.
to like there's also multiple way to like mapping projection, right?
Sorry, did you have another question?
He said something about predictions, but I mean,
So, Gus, you have a problem, Gus. You're talking to people who have gone out to check whether or not the Earth is a globe and found that the Earth is not a globe. You haven't done that. So you have the problem, not us. We know it's flat. You, on the other hand, do not know the Earth is a globe, as you haven't made any inroads into investigating and trying to measure the curvature of the Earth to know either way. So you have all these questions you're putting on us, but we don't have the problem. You do. Okay, that's the
So
integrity of your position. You do not know you're on a globe. How are you going to work that out? As my colleague Matrix has been telling you, and I told you as well an hour ago, you have to go and measure it. Okay, it's nothing to do
I
with
don't
science and accepting
hate
science and stuff
physics.
like that. Go out and prove your claim. You were talking
I
about
don't hate
gas
I
being
don't hate physics, but I
turned
don't
into
think
balls with
current physics.
gravity, and you couldn't prove that. So there's a lot you've got to prove. Okay, you've got the problem, not us. We're not doing any
Hey,
pseudoscience.
Jen.
It's the heliocentric
He just
model
said,
that is actually
Jen.
pseudoscience.
He
Okay,
just
Gus?
said he doesn't do physics. Why do you
Yeah,
think you need to do physics, Gus?
because physics defines this more logically.
No, physics
So I
doesn't
think
define it more logically. What we're talking about is a shape. The claim on the table is the Earth is a sphere. Okay? The last time I checked, this would fall under geometry, shapes, geometry, which is a subcategory of mathematics. Yeah? So you telling me that you don't know physics, I've got no problem with you not knowing physics, and I don't expect you to. But you do know basic shapes. I'm pretty sure about that. So tell me what shape you would have if 72% of it was flat. I know it's a pretty crazy number. Why don't we round it down to 70? 70% of a shape is flat. What shape have you got? Is it a sphere? Or a ball? No. They need to be 100%, don't they? 100% curving, that is. So that's the issue we've got, Gus, is when the guys are out there and they've measured the ground and there's no curvature, it's just a process of elimination. So every single shape now that's got 100% curvature on it is suddenly eliminated.
Have you taken the geometry class and they explain that it's a flat?
Well, why would geometry class explain the difference? They just tell you about shapes and their measurements.
I don't understand why, like, people don't accept the authority, like, education.
I've got no problem with what you class as authority and education. It seems you do. It seems you're too much of a coward to say no. And that's all you've got to do. You are allowed to say no. I don't accept that. And then put your reason down. They say it's a ball. I say no. My reason, there's no curvature. That's why. Anyone with half a brain in their head knows you need curvature to have a ball. There's no curvature, so no ball.
I don't know, because in my university, people who study physics or like whatever science, I've never heard them say the earth is flat.
That's because it's not a question of physics. That's why.
Because I saw you were talking about those calculations.
See, you're what's in a category error. You believe that these people should be questioning the shape of the earth. That is incorrect.
Because they have
Do doctors talk about the shape of the earth? No. Does the weatherman talk about the shape of the earth? No. Do car mechanics talk about the shape of the earth? No. You, my friend, believes that physicists talk about the shape of the earth. No.
I thought the physicist is the one who defines these calculations.
No, he doesn't define calculation. He would use calculations. He would use mathematics within his field.
I thought they use mathematics and apply it to real world settings.
Okay, that's not a problem. So that means that the numbers that they get, they should be taking from measuring something out in the real world. I've got no problem with the calculations, but where are they pulling the numbers from? See, the disadvantage the Globe guys have got is they told us at school that the radius should be 3,959 miles. And in kilometers, what's that? Was it 6,000? 6371? 6173? Something like that. Doesn't even worry me. 3,959 miles. That's what we're told. So that means at some stage, someone has to have measured that. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Are you from Australia?
Yes.
Have you been out of the Australia?
Yes. Been to Bali twice, and I did a little tour of the United States. and into Ontario.
What do you think of like time difference or time lag? And when you
Time
travel
difference.
and when you travel from Australia to America or somewhere else, like I think they don't travel straight in a
Well, do you know
direction.
how many time zones are in each hemisphere? First off, how many time zones is there?
How many time zones?
Yeah, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. How many time zones?
Happens all the time, yeah. They come in and say that they think that planes travel straight. If they think, they don't know. And then want to talk about time zones that they know absolutely nothing about. Guessy Cat, why would you come and offer up evidence on something you have no understanding of?
Right, and it's like 80% of the people live in the northern hemisphere, something like that. Don't quote me on that
I
number,
thought
but
time zone are defined by like longitude and
okay. So are they
those
though?
kind of latitude.
So are they? You should look into that. Time zones in the southern hemisphere, time zones in the northern hemisphere, and
It's
how many more
vertical, I
people live.
think.
Magical.
No, vertical.
So they should be the same, right? There should be the same amount of each.
Yeah, time zone is vertical, not horizontal, I think.
Okay, so there should be, how many time zones is there? Should be, say, 24? 24 hours in a day?
No, it depends on where you are located, right? Because yeah,
Okay, just look into how many time zones are in the north compared to the south, and just see if that makes sense to you.
yeah, but I think like
Did you
if
check the
flat Earth
numbers?
exists,
Did you Google those numbers to see, or you just don't, that doesn't matter?
like if the flat Earth exists, I think the time should be all the same, no?
Why?
Because it's flat, like it's not curved.
So again, why are you proposing time zones when you have no understanding of time zones?
And won't even check the numbers when that's all I ask of you. Just go check those two numbers and come back to us.
I don't understand because I thought the time is defined by prime meridian, and
Did you
it's
look at the numbers?
where you're
Did
located.
you look up the numbers? Did you Google the
I don't know what you
numbers?
mean by it.
Okay, just look up how many time zones are in the northern hemisphere, and then how many time zones are in the southern hemisphere, and go look those numbers up and come back. or you're not worth talking to if you're not going to at least look. It's
you
not a
want
hard
me
thing.
to?
It's not a very hard thing to look into. You just don't want to, or like if you're not going to engage, you might as well. I mean,
why you want me to look into this?
Well, obviously you don't know about the time zones, so I'm just directing you somewhere to see if it looks normal to you.
I think time zone is vertical, you know. It's not
So
like
you're not
horizontal
interested.
thing.
Okay. I'm not going to ask any more questions. If it's too much trouble to ask that you just go Google those two simple things, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right there. It's a globe.
Like, yeah, it is calculated from the prime meridian, right? With like longitude and.
Yeah, I understand that. But did you go look up the numbers? Time zones, northern
What do you
hemisphere.
mean by
Time
numbers?
zones.
Because I think it varies by each country you live in.
Okay, just look up time zones, northern hemisphere. Time zones, southern hemisphere. That's all. That's all I ask of you. And then bring the numbers back.
I don't understand this.
He wants you
Because,
to
for
Google
example,
something. I just got here, but I've heard him say it like 3 times. He wants you to Google something, and you don't want to, I guess.
for
I mean,
example,
yeah, you don't need to talk about time zones because they have no relation to whether we're on a globe or not. Because if we were
for
on a globe, we'd
example,
be able to measure curvature, and we don't actually measure it, so it's kind of
I'm
irrelevant.
from Japan, and I live in Australia now, and it's 1 hour earlier because it's vertical. It's not horizontal thing.
Ah,
So-
Nihonjin desu ka? Are you a Japanese? Nihonjin desu ka? Ah, 私も日本住んでる. I live in Japan now. 今、日本にいるよ。今. Right now, I'm in Japan. Right now. Right? And
Okay.
like they said, you know, time zones. So, 時間割では関係ない。地球の形とか. I just explained to him that, you know, it doesn't matter what the time zones are doing because it has no relationship to the shape. Okay?
Oh, you already told him that?
Yeah, I just told him that
Yeah.
just now in Japanese. Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you've already covered that. Good.
Yeah.
I don't
So it's no
understand
point.
because
it doesn't matter about the shape, you see. If you're looking at the time zones, that doesn't help you determine the shape of the Earth. Okay?
Because it's a shape because
the
sunlight is not equally distributed.
You believe it's a shape, it's a sphere, because you're stating that basically time zones are derived from latitude, yeah?
No, he doesn't even understand that. 地球の形は、タイムゾーンね、時間割りは関係ない。意味わかる? Do you understand? Because you're laughing. Yeah, 意味わかるね。Yeah, he understands. 意味ないですよ。関係ないです。それは、時間割りね。Doesn't mean anything. Right. If you're Japanese, then you understand exactly what I said.
So why is like London like the primary?
Well, that's the meridian. That's the meridian line that is agreed upon by the whole world. That's the first thing. So Britain done that. Okay, maritime laws. Okay, that's agreed upon. Okay, and then so if currently right now it is. Hang on a second. Let me give you the exact time. It is now 10:13 a.m. here. Okay, so that means it is 2:13 a.m. in the morning in America. Sorry, in Britain. Okay.
Yeah,
because
why
the sun
is
is over here.
vertically different then? Like
Sorry?
in a line.
It's just the way the sun is moving.
From the
sun
primary.
hold on, look. It's the position of the sun. The sun is over here now, so England it's nighttime over there.
Yeah,
right?
why is the sun positioned in that way? Not like across
The
distributed
reason why is because that's the way the Creator has laid out the earth. Okay, so the sun is currently over here. It is 2 a.m. They're sleeping in the UK, so it's still dark. They don't have the sun. The sun is over where Japan is, Australia, okay, South Africa even. Okay, that's where the sun is shining its light at the moment, and it moves every minute. It's moving away from our country. At the moment, I've got 2 more hours, and then the sun will be at 12 o'clock above my head. Okay, and then 2 hours later on, it'll be moving towards the other countries in the West. That's simple. Time zones don't prove the shape of the earth, though. That's the point. Okay, doesn't prove the shape at all. No
Well,
connection.
the time zones, I believe, changed around the 19th century, didn't they? Because prior to that, it was based on where the sun's location was.
Yeah. And just for business and commerce and all those reasons, I would imagine why they changed it. But again, it doesn't prove the shape of the earth, so you can't. And again, you're looking in the wrong direction, because if you want to know if the earth is a ball earth, as we said earlier, you have to measure it.
So you define map the earth is flat by Mercator map based on.
No, we decide. No. We define the earth to be flat by the measurement of the surface of the earth.
Yeah.
Do you
So
understand?
which map do you rely on?
We don't need a map.
Excuse me.
ちょっと待って。地図はいらない。地図はいらない。We don't need
You
a map.
don't believe in maps? Like
No. 信じるか信じないか地図か、それは関係ない。形を測りしましょう。測り measurement. Okay? I just said we don't need to know about the map.
Yeah, there's no evidence. There's no evidence for a globe. Yeah, that's what flat Earth means. So do you have some evidence, Kat? Do you have some globe evidence or curve evidence?
I anticipate you define flat Earth by Mercator map, right?
No.
Yeah, and Jin just said no. So then we're moving on to the next topic, which is, do you have any evidence for a globe? Doesn't it?
Yeah, but based on Mercator map, if it's flat and if there's a sunlight distributed across everywhere, I don't understand why each vertical timeline is different.
Doesn't prove the shape, does it? It's not proving the shape, though. Your question is not related to the shape of the earth.
No, I'm asking about the timeline.
Yeah, but
I think he believes the Mercator map is our. I think he believes the Mercator map's our model.
Yeah. He's looking for a map model.
No, if you define that map as a flat map, like flat.
We didn't give you any map at this point.
All maps are flat, bro.
Yeah. And in this conversation,
no, but there is multiple projections that
Yeah, but you're not listening again, Gus. We never gave you a map. We're talking about the shape of the earth. We didn't give you a map regarding that. That's got nothing to do with the shape. We didn't mention map. You're the one that's talking about a map. And I said to you in Japanese, we don't need a map. It's a non sequitur. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Do you understand? So why are you going down? Hang on. I don't understand why you're pursuing a map when we're talking about the shape of the earth. Why are you pursuing a map now? What has a map got to do with the shape?
According to science, most precise map is Homolocene map, right?
What map is that? What map?
I don't know any scientists who use maps as part of their work. So maps have nothing to do with science. Maps are used for navigation. Do you think that the globe is an accurate depiction of the world where we live, Kat?
Yeah, because I was taught that good Homolocene map, projection, is the most precise mapping used.
No, it's
at
incorrect.
school.
It's
What
incorrect.
I don't
map do you,
understand why
what
it's
map does he
incorrect.
like the best? What one do you like the best? What's your favorite globe? You have a favorite globe? Gussie Cat?
Not,
He's talk- I think he's talking about the Mercator projection.
He's been saying
Yeah,
so. He
that's
says
Mercator
something
is
else. He talks
imprecise,
about
right?
Mercator, but then he just now says he's been taught that the something, the blank, is the most
Yeah, this
accurate.
one.
What is it? The what? This one? You're going to put that into the side chat for us? Oh, the
Show
good
us the map.
homolocine. All right. Do you have a reference or citation for that? You like that one the best, and what makes you like it so much?
Yeah, I heard that it's mathematically like most accurate. Like,
Yeah. Did you check it to
with
make
its,
sure it's accurate? Have you checked it to know that it's
what do
accurate
you mean
yourself?
check it? Like, there's multiple PhD
No.
people who had checked it.
Oh, I see
No,
the
I'm
one he's
asking you
talking
though, but
about.
you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Do
likes
you
that
check?
one.
Yeah. How do you know it's accurate? You don't
Yeah,
ask
I
anybody
can.
else.
I think this has high ecological validity
It
because if
doesn't
you
matter what
travel
they
around
say.
the world,
Simasen, it doesn't matter what they say. Do you know?
yeah,
How do you know?
yes,
Bloody
I
hell.
think this has high ecological validity
I think, how do you know this? I think
because
it's
when you
not knowing.
travel around the world, different
Yeah?
timeline exists, and it's
What have you
because of
compared?
vertical.
Have you used it? Have you used it? Have you used that map?
Yeah, I was taught this
No,
map and
again, you're
multiple
not answering the
projection.
question. Skata koto arimasu ka? Have you used the map yourself? Because you don't know again. Remember, you haven't measured the
What do you
curvature of the
mean?
Earth, right? So you don't know you're on a globe.
What do you mean use? Like, we use maps, and this is precise, but it's not like visually sorted out. It's hard to recognize because it's precise, but it's hard to see, right? So we use Mercator projection as like a reference, I think.
Again, you haven't really used the map, so you don't know that the map is accurate. You don't
Because
know that.
the size of each
And are the
continent
country
and
sizes
country
the
is,
same on the Mercator as on the globe? Because I don't think so.
yeah, the size
It's all
is different,
skewed,
right?
right? So it's not right.
Yeah, so I said this good homolocine map is the most precise, like in size, and
Yeah, he thinks that one is better in terms of the actual sizes of the continents. I mean, that is something that's in contention. There's a lot of different
it's hard to perceive.
maps,
So we
but
use Mercator
the point
projection,
is
right?
you don't need, I mean, the point is you can start by one of the reasons why they have so much difficulty with all of these maps and their inconsistencies is because they keep presupposing the globe, and when you go out in reality and see if the predicted 8 inches per mile squared curvature is actually found or measured, you find that it is not. So you can start by rejecting the globe. As soon as you reject the globe as a failed mathematical model, then you can also reject your projection of the globe, because since the globe doesn't exist to start with, then any projection of it must also be inaccurate.
I don't understand why you try to reject the authority.
Okay, all right. Okay,
because
There's
they're
multiple
wrong.
PhD like peer reference people.
Gussie Cat.
Yeah.
Do you, as a human being, have the right to check things out for yourself? Yes or no?
Good. There you go.
But we can define by pictures and.
No, I don't want you to define
question?
anything. I ask you a very simple question. Do you have the right to go and check things out for yourself? Yes or no?
I'm not physician, so I cannot give you.
It's not a requirement.
Hey, Gus, let's just go back a little bit before you answer. A close-ended question is when someone deliberately asks you a question that forces a yes or no answer. An open-ended question is when someone leaves it open. What is your favorite color? Blue, red, green. You could answer multiple things. When it's a forced yes or no, that's what we call a close-ended question.
Yeah.
So, do you have the right to go and test things for yourself?
Yeah.
No.
Ooh.
There's your
a
problem.
mistake right there. Yeah.
Or do you?
Because you do have the right. There's
Do
nothing
you have the
stopping
right?
you.
Can I ask you now? Like, I think
You
it's
could just go
very
to the
low in
beach.
validity.
Are you near the water? Because you can go to the beach and just look at long distance observations.
So
So
you
you
want
make
me
a
now
horizontal
to
line.
you want me now to validate me saying that the earth is flat?
Yeah, like I don't understand why people don't believe
Excellent.
in
That's
science
great.
and
I don't want
like,
to believe.
education.
That's problem number two. Number
Yeah,
one,
Shinjiro shit
you're
tonight.
saying, hold up, Jen, hold up. Number one, you're saying you do not have the right to check things out for yourself. This is false.
Yeah, but
You do have the
can I
right
ask,
to check
like,
things
do
for
you
yourself.
as well? Like, I don't study
Yes, I
physics,
do.
so I cannot
I do
give
have
you
no.
the
We've
precise.
Gus. We've already been through that. This is not a question of physics. It's a question of
It is.
geometry, a question of mathematics. That is it. Do you have the right to go and check this out yourself? You believe no. That is false. Yes, you
Because I
do have
don't
the right.
study
Yep,
physics
I haven't
at
finished, bro.
university.
I haven't finished. I don't care what they do in university. If you want to put your blinkers on and follow them round like some lost little sheep or a broken little lemming, you are more than welcome to do so. But I'm informing you that you have the right to check things out for yourself. That is how you
But
learn things, by
can
checking
I ask,
things out
do
for
you
yourself. Number
can I ask,
two.
do you have the
Yeah, I
precise
haven't
like
finished, Gus.
knowledge to?
Gus, I haven't finished. Number two, there is a difference between believing something and knowing something. Now, I'll give you an example. If I tell you my computer table is a circle, then you go and tell Jin, Emperor Copatine, his computer table is a circle. You believe it's a circle. You don't actually know it. Then I invite you over to my house next week and you see that it is a circle. You now know what shape it is. See, at the moment, you believe the earth is a particular shape for whatever reason. I don't care why you believe it. I know that you do. You've openly admitted that you believe it wholeheartedly. Now, what we want you to do is go and test that. Test your belief and see if it's true or false.
But can I ask you, do you also have the ability to test it, like
Yes.
scientifically? Or I don't know if you believe in science, but in what like verdict do you like test it if you don't believe in science?
I didn't say I
Like, is there a
Number one, you're
whole
assuming.
university
Number one,
based?
that's a straw man, Gus. You've straw man me. At no stage did I say I disagree with science. I actually want
Yeah,
people to
because
use
science
this.
disagree
No,
with
not yes,
that science,
not
right?
yes. Stop. You're mistaken again. You've made an error. Do not panic. The world is not going to come to an end if you make a mistake. What you do is you learn from that. I did not claim that the science is wrong. I'm claiming you're not using it correctly. You believe science confirms the shape of the ground. I'm informing you this is not true. Science is slightly different from pseudoscience. Pseudoscience does not and or cannot follow the scientific method.
So why
Science
do you
does.
think a lot of money and country is investing to university that doesn't believe in flat science, flat Earth?
Why they don't believe in it, that's up to them. I'm not forcing them either way.
And also,
Yeah.
like, why do like those large astronaut space company do not
Yeah. Damasurukara.
say?
Damasurukara. Okay. That's why they're deceiving us. It's all about a deception, but you don't
Yeah,
know
but I
that.
don't understand.
Yeah. Look, the government is
But
not
what is
always
the
telling us
point
the
of
truth.
deceiving us?
Yeah. Controlling the human race like they've controlled your mind. Your mind is currently under control right now. Okay. Because
But it is
you believe
controlled
in
by
the globe.
multiple factors, right? This
Yes, but
itself
you're
doesn't
under
do
control.
much.
At the moment, your mind is under control because you believe you're on a spinning ball that's hurtling through the universe, the globe Earth model. You haven't checked whether or not it is real. You just believe. We've checked. And like my colleagues asked you, I asked you as well, do we not have the right to check just to make sure? Kakunin shinaito, ne? Kakunin.
So you
That means to
say
check.
this whole education and whole investment towards it is like no meaning.
We're not worried about the education
Iminitis.
system.
So that's it.
That's
That's
why
what I just said to him. Yeah.
So why
That's
do
why
you
we're
go
telling you,
against
hey
its
Gus,
like society?
Gus,
Like
we're not worried about the education system.
Yeah.
That's why we're telling you, you have the right to go and check it for yourself. So
Yeah.
grab the information that you learned at school. So grab that information, then take that information out into the real world and compare what you'd learned at school to what's happening outside.
Hi. Kurabete to hakin shite kudasai. So you have to compare and measure. Compare and measure. Okay? That's what you've got to do. Genri arukara. You have the right to do that. Genri. Genri means right.
Why are you speaking Japanese, man?
Yeah, I'm speaking Japanese because he's Japanese, you see. So I'm making sure he gets it both ways, English and Japanese.
Yeah,
so there's
Yeah,
no
we don't
escape.
understand Japanese.
Jin,
So is he Japanese?
Yeah, I'm translating it back into English for you. That's what I'm doing.
Jin,
I did say to you, when I said kakunin, that means to check. So if you listen to me, I will tell you what I'm saying in Japanese and English immediately afterwards.
Yeah, are you talking to a Japanese guy now? Sorry?
Yes, this guy's, yeah, he's Nihonjin this, yes. He's a Japanese, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jin.
Okay.
Like, have you studied at university and like find that out, or
It's not necessary. You don't have to learn it at university because they taught us it at elementary school. Shogaku kara. That means elementary
But,
school.
but I saw those big authority doesn't teach that way. So how
Big
did
authority
you
is his
teach
problem.
yourself?
Hey, Gus, you're stuck behind a social banner. If you step out of line, you're going to get smacked on the bum for being a naughty boy. Listen,
But science
I
is
understand.
based on like
Don't laugh.
right?
Don't laugh, but that's the
It's
problem.
based on objective.
He's stuck behind his own social construct. If he steps out of it, quite a few Asian countries are the same. And if anyone has spoken to Asian
but I
people,
also take
and
education in Australia as well.
Yeah,
it's everywhere, mate. It's not just here,
the
but
same. They teach
this
the
is
same thing,
Gus.
I think.
Yeah, they teach the same thing. This is why people are getting dumber, because as we go on through time, we're still learning the same shit that our great-grandparents learned. That's why no one is ever going to get any smarter while we're all still learning the same shit, the same baseline.
Yeah, you're not thinking out
in
of
every
the box.
situation. In every situation, a master teaches a student. The master will teach everything that they know, and then the student will learn more. And then the next
But that's
cycle
the easiest
starts.
way to...
He becomes the master, learns everything onto the next one. He accepts all the information and then learns more.
But isn't it
You seem to be stuck behind the first bit.
Stuff?
This is the problem. You are acknowledging false information. This is why we're telling you, you can go out and learn this for yourself.
But how do you learn if there's no material like provided?
Now he's getting
excellent. Yours, Jim.
There's a lot of material. You want some material
like
to learn?
Material provided just for flat earthers.
Well, it's provided for everybody, not just flat earthers, but for everyone, every human being, every child. Okay? The information is there. If you look in the side chat, are you looking in the side chat? You will see material being posted in the side chat for you. Okay? What exactly do you want to know?
Like provide you?
Yeah. There's a lot of material that you can look at for Flat Earth. I'm going to post to you a small one. It's called the handbook, Flat Earth Handbook. One of our colleagues.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Continue. No, is there a website where flat earthers unite?
You're sitting in part of it.
Yeah.
What?
This is it. You're here. Thank you. You've arrived. Dun dun dun.
Oh, so there's no website where I can find all the sources and information on the flat Earth
theory? This is the place you'll find everything you will need.
Hold up, Jen. The problem is, it was a Mixed Maximus. The problem is with it, mate, is we all believe we have the right to think for ourselves. You will probably, if you get most of the flat earthers away from groups and whatnot else, every single one of them, if they're allowed to speculate, will give you a different reason for why they believe it all started, how it started, when it started, where it started,
Right.
the whole lot.
Yeah,
Everyone
that's
will
why
give
I'm
you a
asking
different
you
answer.
if
But that's
that's why I'm
half the
asking you maybe
problem.
if there's a website.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's no direct website that says, here's our biblical starting. There is none of that.
If you'd like a really good place to go find some of the best cataloged information on Flat Earth, you can find it at Space Audit's YouTube channel. And
Space
from there, you'll
Audits,
find
okay.
links. Space Audit's YouTube channel, correct? And you can find links to all sorts of information there that would keep you busy for a long time.
all right.
You can
Thank
also
you.
go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. You can also go to what's DJ's Pickled Minds channel.
Okay.
But this is the problem.
Well, I've been.
There's no dedicated information. There's no school you go to that says this is flat Earth cosmology. This is how it all works. Because we all think for ourselves, we've all got a different idea of different aspects of it, except for one thing. We all know that there's no curvature.
Okay. Well, I've been involved in this Discord as well, and I've been joining this DC also, right? And I'm a huge skeptic, and just because of that, that doesn't mean that I believe in the globe theory, but I do question the globe theory as much as I question the flat Earth theory. But what is happening also is that, like, at least in this Discord, is when I say like, oh yeah, I have never seen the Earth from outer space, so I don't know if it's round. And at the same time, just by spinning in 360 degrees and looking around myself, I know it's definitely not flat. So we're talking about topography,
Hold on a
yes, and we're
minute.
talking
Okay.
about the.
Hold on.
We're going to talk
Slow
the
down.
X
Go back. Maximus. How does you? So I'm going to stick you on a raft in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Okay. So you're on a raft. You're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and now you're there by yourself. There's nothing else there. Perfect, calm day. Nice and sunny. There's you on your raft. Now, I want you to turn around 360 degrees. Now, please, how did you work out that you're on a sphere because of your ability to do a 360-degree circle?
Okay, I like your question, and yeah, I don't know how to answer that question, but I would answer with another question.
You don't know. That's the answer. You don't know that. That's
yeah, okay, exactly. Yes. The thing is, like, I don't know. That is true. I do not know.
So that's fair enough.
I do know.
That's cool. Maximus,
I do know.
The reason I pulled it up before you.
But I do know that oceans are deep.
The reason I pulled you up.
And mountains are
tall. That's great. That doesn't mean anything.
Oceans are deep.
The reason Maximus, you've got to learn to stop, bro. The reason I pulled you up, it was you that made the claim. Did he just run away? Another preacher.
I don't know, did he? Yeah, there you go.
So what do you think of astronomy? Like, have you ever?
Astronomy is not a science. It doesn't adhere to the scientific method. Astronomy is pseudoscience because nothing they do is scientific, and they will tell you that themselves. They don't adhere. You're not letting me finish, are you? Thank you. They do not adhere to the scientific method. That means they don't test anything. They don't prove anything. So just telling you stories, theories after theory after theory.
Hey, Jen, hold up. Don't go too much in depth with it. Try to simplify it. Hey, Gus, I'm going to ask you a really simple question. What do you think, looking up into the sky at lights, what do you think that's going to prove?
But our evolution, also like Western evolution, has like relied on it to locate ourselves, and also like New Zealand.
So they use it for celestial navigation.
Navigation, yeah, that's all.
Also, I think Aboriginal or like New Zealand Maori people, they use it to locate themselves.
Yep, that's all right, but nowhere does that. Thanks, Jen. Nowhere does that necessitate we live on a sphere.
But we can know it like uses mathematics and physics.
Yeah, you can use. No, you're not using physics for that. All they're using is this star at this time of year should be in this spot. I know that if it's in this spot, I can turn around and go this direction and I will land in another position. That's all. They use them for positioning. That's it, mate. That doesn't mean that the ground is square, doesn't mean the ground is rectangle, doesn't mean the ground is curved. That means absolutely nothing to do with the ground except for your position on it relative to those stars. That is all.
So what about those eclipse, like moon shining?
Yeah, they don't prove the shape of the Earth because you're looking up again. And by the way, I put a small documentary for you to watch, 38 minutes, 12 seconds. It's from one of our own colleagues, DJ did it. It's called the Flat Earth Handbook. Can you see it in the side chat? Please watch that. It's an introduction to the Flat Earth. Okay? Can you see it in the side chat? Because you were asking for material. My name is Jin CBO1. It was the last thing I posted. Can you see it, Guess?
Yeah, I will. I will.
Why? That's an introduction to the flat Earth. Okay, it's only 38 minutes long. Well, you asked for something. There it is.
But I just, I will watch later, but I don't understand why you don't believe in astronomy or physics or
okay, math. I'm going to explain to you why.
He didn't say that he doesn't believe in it. He just
let me
said
explain it.
that it's not a form of science. It's a form of pseudoscience.
Right.
We didn't say we didn't believe in it. We're just telling you that it's not what you think that it is. You think these things are science. They fall under the category of pseudoscience. Okay?
It's not real science at all. It's not something that is real for my life. You understand? That's not real. I do not base my life existence on astronomy. It's got nothing to do with my existence. Nothing. Zero.
So you don't just read as though, like, do you just ignore it?
Well, I don't even use it because it's not part of my life. If I want to know if the Earth is a ball, I can measure it for myself. I can check by myself. I don't need astronomy. And it doesn't have the standards. It doesn't operate under the standards that I operate under. I have a higher standard than astronomy. Okay,
but do you not like read those articles which is like considered as very reliable, like from
no, they're not reliable because they don't prove anything. They're so reliable, but they don't prove the shape of the Earth. That's how reliable they are. Totally unreliable. No reliability. Reliable pseudoscience rubbish is what they are. Okay? I have no use for it. It is not of any use. And again, when you want to prove the shape of the Earth, you don't look to the stars. You must use the measurements of the surface. That is the #1 standard. And as a Japanese, you should understand that because tarashiku itsumone, tarashiku. That means to be correct all the time is what the Japanese want. Tarashi, correctness. Tarashiku itsumone, always the correct way. And that is you measure the surface. Temon gakusha wa choto muri. Not very good. Muri means not very good. Okay, so we don't do that. That's why we don't do the believing. I believe nothing. I have no beliefs, but I carry knowledge. I like to know something, so I know that the Earth is flat. That's knowledge we've gained through measuring the surface of the Earth. Okay, Gus, sorry. Imi wakaru? Do you understand what I said? Imi wakaru?
Earlier, you ran that guy off that was a skeptic. That was horrible. You need to be way more aware of somebody that you can actually talk to and be really nice to them. Just one flat earther to another.
Okay, yeah, I'll bear that in mind as well because I thought it was a bit. I thought we could get more out of him. I agree to that. We could have got more out of him, yeah, but he had his own agenda anyway. But he was he did agree that he didn't know, so that was true. But we'll make a note of that. your voice was not lost, and your concern is duly noted, sir. Okay.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
Yeah. Now, when we get a voice like yours, you know, and it's an appeal, obviously we pay great attention to that because also the listeners are listening. So there we are. Have to bear that in mind all the time. Which is why I was trying to be I am being very polite with Gus, even though he's exasperating us here. Mind you, he's Japanese, so that makes it easy for me to give him some Japanese pointers in the language that he's accustomed to. Okay? And again, I can tell that he's obfuscating slightly because every word I've used is the perfect Japanese that he understands, and he's even obfuscating. No, he's not responding.
Yes, I do not disagree that in that regard you would be uniquely qualified, Jim.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I had to step out for a second, but I heard somebody say something about the stars and physics, you know, and you know,
Yeah, that was Gus.
there's a distinction to be made between, you know, proving whether or not it's moving and proving whether or not it's flat. Those are two very different, you know, arguments or even subjects altogether. Now, if it's stationary, by golly, it's most likely flat. So if you get somebody to realize that it ain't moving, sometimes that's easier than getting them to see that it ain't flat at first.
Yeah. But Gus is carrying a very, very much a high respect for the authorities. I think you noticed that, right? A very high respect to the authorities, and it would seem that they shouldn't even be challenged. He doesn't even think he has the right to challenge them because he feels he's not knowledgeable in the topic matter or not qualified enough. Maybe that might be true in his case, but you still don't relinquish the right to ask the questions. See? So that was the problem with Gus. He's very respectful of the authorities.
Yeah, I mean, checking yourself for being logically fallacious in your own reasoning is definitely a huge part of, you know, I'd say being a flat earther or any kind of truther, you know, where, yeah, that's logically fallacious, and you and I know that. It's an appeal to authority.
That's right. That's why you've got to check it for yourself, you see. He keeps saying, why don't you believe? Why don't you believe? Why don't you believe? That's what he kept saying. But we said to him, but I don't want to believe. I want to know for myself so I can check. Then he said, well, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a geologist. But it's not a requirement because it's just maths. It's just a number and a measurement over a distance. Is that curvature there? It's that simple. It's not difficult. Yeah. Shopping room maths. Not shopping mall maths, you know. Kaimono suru no kaisen. That means it's the mathematics of doing your shopping in the supermarket. That's simple. Nothing more than that. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, and when people get into the physics of of it, you know, and they get into the relativity, why do we have these, you know, these paradoxes and all that? Well, I can tell everybody listening unequivocally that if you use the classical laws of logic, you can't go wrong. So if their scientific model breaks the classical laws of logic, i.e., there's a paradox, there's something wrong with it. Because I can tell you one thing: the paradox isn't the truth.
That's right. That's easy. That's why we say, I often say that flat Earth is indeed child's play because children of 8 can get it. It's not that difficult. It's not required of all these masters and all these degrees. He even mentioned PhD. It's not necessary. You're overqualified for the situation. Well overqualified if you're bringing a PhD to the topic matter of elementary, because that's all it is. Drop over distance. You know?
Well, yeah, as far as that goes, yeah. PhDs and physicists, any real physicist should probably at least admit, you know, that, well, you've probably heard Jeremy go off on 100 times if you've ever spent any time in Earth Awakenings about how a relativist doesn't know if the tree hit the car or if the car hit the tree. That's quite literally the truth.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So we don't have to believe the scientists at all. We listen to what they say. Then if you choose to accept it without checking it, that's up to you, of course. But we, the flat earthers, having been lied to about the globe model, well, we're scrutinizing everything. So hence we know that, for example, cosmology, astrology, astronomy, these are not sciences, right? There's no scientific anything going on there. Pure theories, theoretical physicists is what they are. You know, the people who are telling you these, right? So they're not bringing you any truths as such.
Yes, even in the deepest parts of their science. I've kind of willed it down to this, you know, like, so in quantum, everybody talks about quantum all the time as if it's something. It's just rebranded ether physics is what it is. And the reason why it's a paradox is because that they assume that there's no medium, i.e. the ether, in between these things happening, you know, spooky action at a distance, you name it. When you get down to how they define a field in quantum, they define it as something that, quote, has a value at every point in space. Well, that kind of language is specific to an ether. We're already talking about something that has a value at every point in space that permeates all of space, that is a field. It's called the ether.
Right.
What's
So
ether?
even in their own definitions, they have to use language that's specific to our stationary Earth model.
Yeah. Not that they're saying it's there. It's just been inferred all the time, isn't it?
What do you mean? Let's follow logic here. Let's follow logic. The impossibility of the contrary. Even Newton talked about it. When they talked about there being no medium in gravity, he wrote a note to somebody, and I could pull up the quote. It would take me a minute.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, he wrote a note to Bentley. The guy's name was Bentley.
Prove your
What's ether?
Incognito, that was aimed at you. Jin, just put your brakes on.
I'm looking for the quote. Just give me a second.
What's ether?
We're not after the quote.
I'm not aware of anything that it isn't.
What's ether? That's not an answer.
So it's a chicken sandwich.
You don't like that one, huh? I'm not aware of anything that it isn't. That's my answer.
Well, that's not an answer.
That's piss weak. That's a cop out. So that means a chicken sandwich is also ether. You're a clown.
It certainly is, man. It consists of matter, and in your paradigm, they talk about matter being.
So ether is matter.
Light.
So
and if matter is some type of high energy light.
Yes or no? So ether is matter.
Yeah, it's matter and it's light. Yeah.
It's everything, just everything.
You know,
just everything that exists.
Evidence is,
right?
Evidence is the impossibility of the contrary. But let me find this quote. You're distracted.
Well, that's a fallacy, right?
Yeah.
You were just talking about fallacies, and now you're making up fallacies.
No, that's logic. The impossibility of the contrary is a logical conclusion.
Okay, what's ether? It's a positive thing, right? You're saying ether is this. What is it? See how they can never answer that?
Yeah, they don't, because they don't know what it is.
I'm looking for this quote, man.
You're looking for your answer. You're looking for the answer.
What's the medium that facilitates your relativistic fields?
What's ether? Don't answer a question with a question.
Have I made a claim to? We're asking, what is ether? You're the one that put forward this ether. No. What is it?
Your paradigm has the paradoxes. My paradigm solves
my paradigm doesn't have fuck all to do with ether. You're making a claim. We want to know what the shit is. Am I going to go outside and take a piss on it or what?
So ether is everything that makes your paradoxes possible in your reality. How does that sound? Is that making sense to you?
In other words, you've got nothing.
You do.
Don't stutter.
It's that simple.
We can read you better than really is. It's not simple. It is simple. Yeah. You're asked a very simple question. You're choosing to cop out and not answer. Why?
No, those were my answers. They were very specific. I'm going to find that
Sounds
quote
like to
from
me you want to be a flat earther, but you also want to have your paradigm replaced with your bendy ball that's been fucking stolen from you. So you're replacing it with this mystical, magical ether. So you've still got something to believe in. That's what it sounds like to me.
It's like I said, the impossibility of the contrary. Even Newton talked about it.
No,
Einstein knew
he
about
did
it.
not.
Fallacy.
Oh well,
Didn't you just say that? Weren't you just talking about fallacies, and then you just made one?
Here's a cool idea for you. If you want normies to understand FE, stop selling shit that you can't verify.
Yeah, you're doing the same shit as they do. Fucking dark matter and ether. You're putting it in the same category.
Newton and Einstein don't matter. Like, I mean, we don't agree with them on a lot of stuff, so why look at them for quotes on the ether?
You asked them about ether. It is what it isn't. It isn't what it isn't.
I think you should come around to my place, Timbo. I've got a couple of bottles of ether in the fridge. You can share them.
Ooh, sounds delicious.
Mixed with alcohol also.
I like a nice cup of ether in the morning.
What is that, Gin?
I don't know.
Yeah, imagine how many good movie quotes we can wreck now. I love the smell of ether in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
It's everything, right?
You gave me a shot of ether in the arm. A nice shot of ether for medicinal purposes.
Obi-Wan did not tell you, I am the ether.
There you go, you see? You could go a long way with that ether. It goes for miles and miles.
I like it on toast, to be quite honest.
2 pints of ether and a bag of crisps, please.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice, bruv.
Oh, and have one yourself. Have one yourself and for your good lady as well. There you go.
To explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new ether.
Ethers. We're Spock. We're approaching some high density ether here. Jim, what do we do?
Don't know. I can't tell you what it is. There's a clash between the ether and the dark matter.
Yeah. Mind you, don't fall into that black.
I always found it strange that ether and earth, like if you switch the letters around. I mean, just wordplay.
An anagram.
Yeah. Anagram, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Mind you, don't drop into that black hole on the way. and then you got to avoid the gravity waves.
You won't get your ether out of there.
Oh. Yeah, you best put it in your ether case.
Isn't that funny? Like, as soon as you say what's ether, ether automatically thinks that you're a glober.
Yeah, that's what we mean by sometimes we got to watch the flat earthers because you get some that are pretender clowns. You know that.
Oh yeah, I would love to address that specifically. Actually, if you're a flat earther and you really don't like ether, you either need to take a good long look in the mirror.
No, stop. Hold on. No one mentioned not liking it. No one mentioned not liking it. We just asked what the fuck it was.
Yeah. We just can't put our finger on it. That's the problem, you see.
You know, if I've got something in the fridge, has it got an expiry date?
If you're talking about being able to detect it, laser interferometry is one way I might be able to point that you can detect the ether, which would differentiate it from the
Prove
dark
it.
matter you were using to disparage it.
Prove it.
Where is
No
it?
one was using dark matter to
It's
disparage it.
moving east
We
to
were
west
questioning
about
what it actually
15
was in
degrees
the
an
first
hour.
place.
Okay, let me.
How are you measuring something you can't explain?
It's the background medium that makes everything possible. It makes light
Yeah,
propagate.
I've heard that before,
So
but
Yeah,
it
cool
just
story,
doesn't
bro.
say what it is.
You know, at CERN, when they're like, we can create particles out of thin air, what they're doing is
Oh,
they're
now
just
you.
disturbing the background medium in a way that it's unstable and doesn't want to stay, doesn't want to stay matter. And so that's why it's
Prove it.
unstable, and they can create these particles for short periods of time, is because it's actually a disturbance of a field.
Yeah, prove it.
Well, the impossibility of the contrary. I mean, if you want to talk about logic, like
Is that the best you've got?
you're
The
not-
impossibility of the contrary. That is your answer to everything. Prove what your ether is. Don't disprove what you think it's not.
Yeah, you're making a
So
positive claim.
Your tone and your demeanor leads people to believe that you're doing this because you believe
Your
that this is
tone
the
and
more
your
logical
demeanor
position.
tells us that you've got no fucking idea.
Do you believe that that is the more logical answer?
I don't have to believe. I want you to put
Making-
forward what this ether is. Pistol, get off the
I'm
pot,
trying to
son.
figure out whether or not you're using logic.
You don't have to figure anything out. You're making a claim. We want you to back it up. You seem to be driveling on about all this other shit that's not related. You made a claim of this ether. We want you to demonstrate your ether. Do so.
Do you
And
think
tell
you
us
use
what it
logic
is.
in science?
I didn't
Yeah, you
ask
can
for
just say
logic and
so.
science. I wanted you to demonstrate your
science?
ether.
What science, dude?
Can
What
you
science are you talking
describe
about?
to me? Can you
No, that's
describe
your
to me
job.
the Michelson-Morley? The
Incognito.
Michelson-Morley
This is
experiment.
your
Can you describe
job.
that to me?
No, we're not interested in that. Put your ether up on the table. Come on. You can do it.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, if you don't have a background in history, then what I'm about to tell you wouldn't make any sense and it wouldn't matter.
Okay, go ahead.
My
Just put it
background in
up. You
history
don't
is going to be
need
brutal
yeah.
in a minute. If
You
you
don't
don't
need to
cough up, I'm
preface
likely
it.
to yeet you from the room.
Just get on with it. Present.
Are you, like I said, are you not familiar with MMX?
Okay, just present, right? Whether we're familiar with it or not, just present it.
We're demanding ether on tap. Come on.
It would really
Seems
go a long way to know where the room is at with MMX.
Yeah, that's good. Just present
Seems
what
all
you're
we're getting
claiming.
is ether light.
Yeah. Just do your best to present your case so we know where you're coming from. That's all. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You're on the spot now.
Okay, so if nobody's aware of what the Michelson-Morley experiment was,
I knew you was going to go
ahead.
Okay, this is where they used laser interferometry to detect, to attempt what they were trying to do is they were trying to prove Earth's motion through space originally.
Yeah.
So what happens is the globers will automatically go to null result. They're like they called it a null result, and even to this day they basically put that on the header of the paper itself that this was a null result.
Because they
Well, that's a
didn't
complete
detect
lie.
movement, right?
Well, that's a complete fabrication. It's not. That's why I said if you actually understand and read the fucking paper itself, you'd know what I'm
go
about to
ahead
tell
and
you.
explain.
That's why I asked you ahead of time.
Explain it to me. I'm dumb, right? So explain it to me what a null result meant.
Okay, so they call it a null result because they didn't get the one they were expecting, but the null result would lead you to believe that they got nothing at all, which is not
so
what
did they
happened
get?
at all.
What
did they get? They got a fluctuation between 4 and 6 kilometers per second of drift.
Okay, can you
Do you
show
know what
that?
they were
Can
expecting?
you present that?
Do you know what they were expecting?
Can you present that before we know what they were expecting?
I mean, you can go look at the paper yourself. It's old stuff.
No. You're giving us a presentation of the ether, and you're saying that the null result is not what they got, but everyone sees it as a null result. So you must have some information that no one else has got.
No, they don't. It would be like it's just a lie. I don't know how else to tell you. You want me to make up a simple analogy for what a lie is?
How do you know it's a lie?
Because it wouldn't have. It's a 4 to 6 is not a null result. That's scientifically not null. It means something. They just didn't like it.
Okay, show the 4 to 6.
It means something. They just didn't like it. Yeah.
Show the 4 to 6.
Okay, so they were expecting 30 kilometers a second. So what they expected was.
Show us the 4 to 6 kilometers.
Anyway, 4 to 6 is what they got. It's not a null result.
Yep.
That's immediately what the Globers default to every time. And if you know how to defend against it,
why are you trying to talk through him?
Show us the paper with the 4 to 6 result.
Dude, this is all really stuff that nobody even argues over whether or not 4 to 6 is.
Apparently, you are.
Have you got the paper that shows the 4 to 6? Where'd you get the information from?
Oh, yeah, it's publicly available information that anybody can look up.
Do you have it? Because you're making a presentation at the moment, right?
You can certainly find it. You can either find a nice cataloged video to go through all of it for you on Space Audits
You're
channel.
Just making a claim with nothing to back it up, right?
To the paper. Oh yeah, like I'm talking about a paper that I just made up. Those are the kind of accusations you were. You're such a terrible fucking debater.
It seems more that you're trying to advertise fuckwit space audits. Get on with the presentation. Where in your paper does it state this?
State that it's 4 to 6? That's just common knowledge to anybody that's read the paper.
Well, if it's common knowledge, you'd know what page it's on then, if it's so common.
It's 4 to 8. The average was 6. Pardon me.
Present it. Just present it.
Okay. So basically what that is that when they say null result, you can just point to the four in the paper. I don't have the paper handy. This is all from memory, bro. I don't even need to have shit in front of me like AI or Google or any of that. You guys need to have in front of you. This is all from.
I'm not using that, mate. I'm just asking what you think ether is and what your result of 6 to 8 kilometers, where it is on the paper.
So, where it is in the paper?
Yeah, back it up, dude. It's your claim.
This is all like a bunch of red herrings. You guys asked me to present, and now you're asking for very specific information that doesn't really have anything to do with.
Because you presented very specific information. Yep, you presented very specific information. We're just asking you to back up that very specific information.
I believe that this room and the people in it are perfectly capable of finding said information.
Yeah, but
I believe that if you're going to make a claim, you can back it up.
Are you suggesting that I'm lying about the?
Yeah, you sound like a glober at the moment. So you sound like a glober that believes in the globe at the moment. So
that's
you to back it up.
It's very ineffective trolling,
dude. Yeah, back up your claim, dude.
If you're only defense,
or if you really want, how about this? We'll make it fair for you. Or if you really want, you can sit back, hand on heart, and say, honestly, I've got no fucking idea what ether is.
If anybody listening now would rather listen to people like me speak instead of these angry people, you can stop. Space audits.
And now he's coping. And he ran away. And take your ether with you, you bastard. Oh, mate. I'll tell you something now. I hope QE gets hold of this and plays it back and laughs his tits off right through it.
Because they can never put their finger on what ether is. What is it? It's not that we hate.
If I remember rightly,
fabric of everything. That's what he said.
If I remember rightly, Timbo, about this time last week, was it last week? About a week ago, there was another one of the space audit fellows in here trying to sell space audit ether, and he got railed too. I think it was it Says Who or Professor Triangle?
Oh yeah.
Ripped him a new one.
Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. You see, because they keep bringing it up. Right now, I admittedly I do like the sound of ether. You know, if it's there, but what is it? That's the thing. What is it?
How such a simple question can upset people so greatly.
Yeah, well, it does. I get so triggered. Yeah,
Oh,
I've never
shit.
said I hate ether. No, I've never said that. I find it fascinating that there's a school. Do you remember there was I don't think you'd know this guy, but there was a guy called Lemonbird, okay? And when he
Yeah, I
described
remember
ether,
him.
oh,
Yeah.
he really was good at bringing this ether to life. He was really good at it, you know? And people like, what's his name? You know, the guy that was vaping. What's his name? Come on. Vapor at the FE.
Witsit.
Witsit. I can't believe I can't remember his name. Yeah, Witsit was
Witsit
well
vapes it.
listening to every word that he would be saying. Lemonbird. Yeah, he disappeared. He was an ether proponent. And QE used to really rip into him every time, you know? It was always interesting to watch. But he was really good at bringing up the ether. He really made it seem like it was a real thing.
He was a good talker. Lemonbird was a good talker.
Yeah, he was really good. Right, so I likened the idea of that ether. I thought, sounds interesting, but what is it? I mean, you know,
yeah.
can I have a cup? Yeah,
it's
someone
a
said, can I have a cup of ether, please?
The ether's supposed to be the medium that light is passing through.
Well, he said it was the background fabric of everything.
Yeah.
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 That it's too.
Not an answer, right?
What is this fabric? What is this fabric made of?
They kind of go in the modern physics. They do everything they can to not call it the ether anymore, to distinguish it from previous theories of the ether. But
what it is, Dylan.
This is the thing.
Every single one of you globers, when we take away your globe, you need something to replace it with. You can't just sit there with a void of nothingness because of all this information you've learned over your lifetime, however long that's been. There's a void there now. We've taken away your globe, so in your mind there's no globe. So now there's this big hole, and the ether for them is what replaces that missing that void. They need their ether. We personally don't give a shit about it. The Earth's measured flat. There's no curvature. Deal with it. Some of us can just cop it on the chin. Others don't. They need to replace it with something.
Do you think that do you believe anything about quantum electrodynamics?
I don't really give
a shit.
Yeah, no, I'm not really into that field of study, so I can't. Knowledge
it's
is weak
just
on
more. It's more evidence that when you take away the atoms, it's not as though empty space is doing nothing. Right?
Where are they doing, Dylan?
Where are they doing what?
Where are they doing this?
I'm not sure where these experiments are being done, but they're able to show that the vacuum is not essentially empty, that there's particles like coming in and out of existence.
Yeah, well, they've never said that the vacuum can be a vacuum, right? It's never been a vacuum. There's no claim that said that a vacuum is a perfect vacuum. It's never been that way. There's always been something in it.
Right, but particles coming in and out of existence is more than just, a low pressure. When you say there's something in it, do you mean just that it's not a perfect vacuum? I mean, you believe in atoms.
That's what the claim is, right?
I think the best evidence for it in this recently is these craft that are being caught on radar and infrared and everything else. Like if they're these craft that the Pentagon are showing in these UAP disclosures.
Yeah, don't believe anything like that.
You think all this Pentagon disclosure stuff is all bogus?
Yep. Yeah, it's coming from the government. It's bullshit.
Well, there's credible fighter pilots and other
they
witnesses.
Work for the government. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I'm Emperor Copatine. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help you.
I care about your health and well-being. Even you'd think, Dylan, like, okay, the government lies. Oh, but they're not lying about the Earth or mysterious crafts that appear and disappear. You know, like, no, they're not lying about that. They must be telling us the truth about that, right? Dylan,
Well, you could say
think?
you could say the government lies about things, and I
Yeah.
agree with that. But when
Why would
you
you
say
trust a liar about a different subject then?
huh?
What would make you trust a liar about a different subject if they were lying about another subject?
Well, they've been lying about it for a long time, right? Like people have
They've been lying
been
about
witnessing.
everything for a long time. So why would you trust them?
I'm not saying you, even if your position is you should believe the opposite of whatever they say.
No,
They've
I
been
didn't say that. Nope, I did not say that.
just for the sake of trying to explain my point. They've been denying and gaslighting people about these UFO sightings for decades,
Yeah,
right?
great.
Anybody who really saw anything was
Yeah,
considered crazy, right?
yeah. It's like
So now
conditioning, right? So conditioning. Oh yeah, UFO people are crazy. Oh shit! Now the government's admitting it. It must be true, right? And then you
well,
guys
for
go and believe them.
government saying it, it was the government denying it, right? So
Yeah. So they've
the,
been lying to you the whole
the
time. So why would they
government,
now come and tell you the truth?
I think they're still holding a lot back. I
Yeah. So
think
they're
that
still
they're
lying to you, right?
it's not as though it's one entity with one solid,
Yeah.
agenda and
So they're
will.
still
Like,
lying to you, Dylan. You just admitted it.
yeah, I agree that they've been lying for a long
Yep.
time, but it doesn't mean
Yeah, and
that
they're still lying.
I think that
Yeah,
some
you just said it. You said, yeah, I don't think they're telling the whole truth. That means they're lying.
I think these disclosure videos are real. I
Yeah, it's
think
just
I can
really convenient, all this disclosure stuff, isn't it?
maybe they're trying to distract from other things, but I think that
Yeah,
they're
as the
like
world's starting to waken up, let's add another spanner in the works, see what happens, right? Let's distract people even more, divide them, divide people who believe in God and people who believe in aliens.
you can believe in aliens and God, I guess.
How?
But yeah, that was just for evidence of ether. But if you don't accept that, it's still
What,
yeah. We don't have
aliens? Aliens are evidence of ether.
huh?
Aliens are
There
evidence
must
of ether?
no the UAPs if they have some propulsion system that's able to explain these maneuvers
That's
How
an
do
that
you
they're
know
doing,
what
assumption.
the propulsion system is?
How do you know they're not
huh?
just swimming through our magnetic field? And their propulsion system is based off of the Earth's magnetism. Like we use compasses for to work out directions and shit. How do you know they're not just using that? You have come in here with a broad assumption, thinking, I'm going to assume it's based on ether, therefore ether exists. Like, what the shit, dude?
Yeah, it would be. It's because of the accelerations that you wouldn't that
So,
have been.
maybe
Okay,
they're
so
just more
what's
efficient
ether?
at using the magnetic field. They can accelerate off that. What's the problem? They're
Dylan,
just
what's
really
ether?
efficient at it.
I think
Are you going to
ether is
spurg out too? Not
it's
what you
a
think.
super that is a
What is
medium
it?
for. It's a superfluid that is the medium for all matter and for light transmission. That's what
Can you catch me some ether and put it in a cup?
it's all around you.
If
It's
I drink
everywhere,
it,
right?
do I
Everything
become.
is ether.
If I drink some of this ether shit, do I become louder or quieter?
You wouldn't drink it like that.
Right. So can I sniff it then? Can I line some up on my table and have a whiff?
You're breathing it all the time. In a sense, like it's in
No, that's
Where
air.
is it?
That's
Show
air,
me it.
dude.
but that we're explaining what it is. If you know, it's just a model in a sense to describe what people think of it as, but you understand that it's this medium.
So it's just a
matter.
What is
mathematical
it?
construct.
Can we spread it on our bodies?
Don't be like that, Jen. You know I've got voyeuristic tendencies. Oh shit.
That'd be a
can't put it
new
on
one.
toast.
It wouldn't be. You have to add. You got to add E to LGBTQIAE. Ether, right?
They spell it with an A at first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
They spell it with an
See?
A, don't they?
I don't even know what it is. I don't know how to spell it. People still haven't told me what it is.
We can't
Away.
drink it. We can't put it on our toast. It doesn't sound like it's any good, Timbo.
Can we touch it? Dylan,
can't even
can we
see
touch it?
We
I
can't
think
even
you're.
see it, mate.
I think you're not being serious. Maybe you don't
Well,
How do
we
you know
think
it's
you're
there?
not being serious because you're not telling us what it is.
It's the medium in which all the matter is existing in the first place. It's a
That's
medium
a
of space.
broad statement.
The best description of it is what they call space time.
Ah, so
Einstein.
gravity is ether?
Sorry, yeah.
Gravity's ether.
Right, like space and time are mathematically are constructs of dimensions, right? Like
Oh, so how do you
they're
prove this then?
so you if you're going to deform space time, then it must be a substance. If it's able
Yeah,
to
how do you
deform,
prove it? How do you prove the ether with space time?
Exactly. How do we bring it into life? Exactly.
well, I think that the best way to prove it would be to put a force on it. If you can use like Lorentz force in a vacuum,
Let's do
then
that. Do that and get me some ether. Go ahead.
I don't
Not
have
that
a
I
good.
want to be a complete stick in the mud, but I don't live in a vacuum, dude.
Never witnessed a vacuum in nature.
Yeah, we don't have common ground, so it's hard to.
You don't have anything. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like your other ether mate.
Yeah,
Well, if I was
maybe you should go and join Earth
don't-
Awakenings and talk about something that no one knows anything about.
we know that there are properties of like space time in the sense that light is this electromagnetic wave. There's some permittivity, there's some permissivity. There's
Light
a
is not
dielectric
space time,
breakdown of
dude.
frequency.
Why did you
Yeah.
jump from space time to light?
Do
Not
you
the
think
same.
that? Do you think light is
So
passing through a vacuum?
you said earlier. How about this? You said earlier that if space time is physical, then we must be able to distort it, or if we can distort it, it must be physical. Most excellent. Can you show an experiment that validates this distortion of space time? That's not
Exactly.
circular reasoning. That would be
Yeah.
much appreciated.
Yeah, and that's a very strong statement that we know. I don't know that. So no, we don't know that.
Just add
Right.
all these imaginary things together so that they all make something, right?
Yeah.
It
You
just
can
sounds like
see-
believes. That's what it sounds like. I believe I can fly. I'm not going to go try. Not happening. Anything
Yeah,
else
the
you
And I
ether
saw
will
the
catch
space. No, I'm a believer.
I'm a believer.
up.
Not
I
a
couldn't
trace
leave it if I tried.
of curve in my sight.
There you go.
You know, I've thought about the ether maybe being like electromagnetic because we're electrical beings, right? I mean, I don't have
Okay.
anything to back
Yeah,
it,
well,
but
like batteries,
just
I'd say, yeah.
just a thought process.
Yeah. Humans just salt battery, right? Well, chemically. Not in the soul, though, right? In order to have a soul, it's got to be something different. But yeah,
That's right.
energy production.
Because we are electric, right? So, yeah, who knows? I mean, it's something to think about anyway.
I heard that ether was fairy tales, and I cannot see. Can't put your finger on it, but I try. Then I saw the space. Now I'm a believer.
I've
No,
always
now
wondered,
there
like,
is no ether. I believe in space. Now there
I
is
know
no
Mickelson
ether.
Morley, right?
Believes in space. What?
Sorry,
Like with
sorry,
the
I'm just fucking around.
with the Mickelson Morley experiment, why didn't they do it at like different elevations and stuff too, right? You think that
Yeah,
you would.
yeah. That's a good point and a valid, a reasonable request. Yeah, of course.
So, flat earthers, why do you think Earth is flat?
Because it measures that way.
What,
Yep,
sorry?
that'll do. Because when the good ladies and gentlemen go out to measure it, they don't measure any curvature. It measures as flat. That's why we think the Earth's
Therefore,
flat,
Okay, so if you think about it like a scale, if there's
like a
someone
scale.
very small on
So
the
on one
ball,
side, there's a fat dude. On the other side, there's a skinny dude, and the fat dude goes down. I don't know how that's going to prove curvature, but please continue.
I didn't understand your accent is hard.
We know. You seem to think scaling is an issue. If there's no curvature at 2 miles,
Yeah,
and no curvature at 5 miles, and no curvature at 10 miles, and no curvature at 15 miles, and no curvature all the way out at 47 miles, why the shit would I believe there's anything in between?
brother, you need to chill.
Where does it start? Where does the curvature start? At what distance?
Okay, so there is like that popular example which talks about that ship that goes in the horizon, yeah. So when it goes in the
Okay, so
horizon,
let me get this straight.
yeah.
You started off saying it's all about scale. I've just told you that
No,
we go
you're
out to
talking about like
47
things
miles.
going away and don't
Yeah, yeah.
disappear. So
We talk about things that are 47 miles away, and there's no, excuse me, there's no curvature between where you're standing and 47 miles away. And now you're going to tell me of a ship disappearing over the curvature at 5 miles.
I don't know why you're
I think
angry.
there's a slight disconnect. I'm not angry. I'm just trying to highlight where the disconnect is, and I'm still struggling to see it.
Okay.
You have to realize that these guys hear this all the time. Like, you got to come with a little bit more than that. Like,
Well, I don't
So
know.
in
Like,
one hand, he's given us it's a scaling issue, and then in the other hand, he's going to say ships disappear bottom
chill.
up over the curvature.
and to ask somebody why they're mad, like basically you're coming in and saying we're stupid, right? But by mentioning the boat, like we never thought of it before.
So okay, why you are mad? I'm just asking a casual question.
yeah, that's all right, dude. Go ahead, get your question out, man.
Okay, so yeah, I think there's no point at this argument. Yeah, so I'm just asking a question.
Wait, what? Did you just?
I'm just
Was
asking
that
a
your question?
question. That's not. I'm not like trying to make an argument.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, man. Ask away.
So all of you are flat earthers.
Yeah,
Mm.
Majority.
pretty much. There's some in here that are globers, but
Okay.
yep. Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
That's it. No, nothing more.
You just wanted to know if we were flat earthers?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. In the side chat, I just posted up a video for you. So 28 minutes past the hour. Can you watch the first 20 seconds for me? And tell me all about those ships going over the horizon.
Okay. So I have another question. Like, why? How do you explain the existence of satellites? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Hello.
How do we explain the existence of satellites?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with satellites.
So
I do have a problem is where you guys claim that they live. That's another problem in itself. But anyways, I've got no issues with mechanical devices above my head, mate.
okay. No, there's no point.
No point what? Yeah, so Dylan, with your gas pressure problems earlier on, you were doing what's called circular reasoning. My proof of the gas pressure gradient is gravity. My proof of gravity is the gas pressure gradient. See how they keep feeding back or looping back onto themselves? This is called circular reasoning. It's a fallacy in logic. Try not to do this, please. That's why you need to offer up a secondary example of what you're claiming in order to basically isolate that loop.
Yeah, how do you think we should be able to prove gravity then?
Well, this is your problem, not mine. I'm quite happy with relative density or specific gravity. I've got no issues with that whatsoever. It covers pretty much everything I've heard anyone throw out there to do with gravity claims.
Density, a ratio of density is not a vector, though.
I didn't say it was a vector. I don't know why you needed to bring that up. Is that what you're after? The causational mechanism of why things go down? Well, here's a pro tip for you. Science, to date, does not know what the causational mechanism of downwards is. We know things do go down. That's it.
So you don't have an explanation for what causes weight?
You don't either. That's what I'm trying to get through your head. Science, as in scientists, you know, the guys that wear white coats that you believe in or praise to, those guys don't know what the causational mechanism of shit going down is. And I don't mean trouble.
There's different explanations for that. I have my own.
We're not after explanations. We're after verification, validation, and proof via scientific experimentation of what the causational mechanism is. The whole purpose of doing tests or scientific experiments on it is to elucidate cause and effect relationships. You want to know what the cause
You're
is. We know
you're
what the
confounding.
effect is. Thingy's going down. We've got no problem with that. What we do want to know what the cause is. The issue is science to date does not know what the cause of things falling down is. The best explanation is specific gravity or relative density.
That's what you guys believe. That's not what
Well,
science
if
is
you
today.
don't, if you want to believe it or not, that's not my problem. That's fact.
Your claim was that I was using circular reasoning. I was using
You
this.
were using circular reasoning. You were telling us you believe in gravity because of the demonstration of the density gradient of air. You also told us that the air gradient is caused by gravity.
Right. I wasn't
So
saying
which is it? Gravity causes it?
I wasn't saying that that was proof of gravity. I don't see another explanation.
You would know it was the other way around. You're using both of them against each other. Your demonstration of gravity is the air pressure gradient. Your proof of the other is they're both going. It's in the side chat. Scroll up to. You seem to want to argue with other people about dumb shit. Number one, air pressure gradient is proof of gravity. Number two, gravity is proven by the air pressure gradient. It is circular reasoning. I don't know why you're not comprehending something that is so basic.
You brought this back up again. We don't have to go into what.
You're the one that doesn't understand it.
All we need to agree.
So let's step it out nice and steady.
Do you
Let's
agree
go
that
through
things
this one step. No, I don't have to agree to your shit. I'm going to ask you a question.
You don't even.
Were you using circular reasoning? Yes or no?
No.
Then you fail. Until you comprehend what circular reasoning is, your argument will not stand. All we're going to do is tell you you're using circular reasoning. Go and provide a scientific experiment that validates your claim.
All we need to agree on is that things have weight. That gases
No, we
have
don't
weight.
need to agree on shit. You have to understand that you were performing a falsity in logic. You were using circular reasoning.
No, you're
That's it. That's not a straw man. You're the one that said it. If we scroll, well, fuck it, I'm just going to scroll back so everyone else can know what timestamp it was. I'll do it the easy way. There you go. I first posted it at 10 minutes past 11. It is now 36 minutes past 12. You were using circular reasoning. Your proof of the gradient is gravity. Your proof of gravity is the gradient. That is circular reasoning. It's not my fault you don't like it or don't understand it.
I wasn't trying to prove gravity with the gradient.
You were trying to prove the gradient with gravity, and your proof of the alternative was the opposite. That's the bit you're missing. You don't seem to remember that.
The claim was that gravity couldn't explain, or that we can't explain without using a container, that there's high pressure separated from lower pressure. And yet we see this.
Okay, I want you, now let's just cut the bullshit. I want you to demonstrate to all the good people on the panel a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a containment.
We already agreed.
Sorry, close to a vacuum. No, yeah, because he's just gonna use high pressure and low pressure in a weather system, but you're talking about a vacuum, right?
We have a stable vertical gradient of pressure in the atmosphere. So you ask for a demonstration of where high pressure is separated from low pressure.
I want you to demonstrate your causational mechanism. You were using gravity as the causational mechanism. So, demonstrate gravity as the causational mechanism.
What
You've made a claim. Now back it scientifically.
The only experiment you would need to do in order to show this is that you have a vertical gradient in gases. That's what the experiment
Excellent.
would do.
This is circular fucking reasoning. Just like I said. For fuck's sake, is this guy slow or backwards or what?
I showed you the demonstration. We agreed.
You
there's
just
a vertical
repeated what I told you you didn't do. You just said you're not using circular reasoning. And what did you just say? Not fucking 20 seconds later. Your demonstration of gravity is the gas pressure gradient. Your demonstration of gas pressure gradient, gravity. You can't use them both to prove each other. This is circular reasoning. Hello,
Other things
McFly?
have weight. There's other things that have weight. We don't have to get into deep theories of what is the causal
This is not a
mechanism.
deep theory. This is you making a claim. This is you now backing it up via experimentation. What experiment has been done that proves gravity?
See, now you're running away from the whole gas pressure thing.
Well, fuck you then. Demonstrate to us gravity pulling air down. You wanted to make it harder for yourself? You can.
If there was an experiment, it would just be showing a.
If there was, so what are you suggesting that there's not?
We don't need an experiment because we can
Yes, you
measure
do.
the vertical gradient. We can just go out and measure it.
So you're quite happy to stick with circular reasoning. That's what you're saying.
Dylan, of course there's going to be higher and lower pressures in the atmosphere, right? You've got different temperatures making different pressures. But it's
right, but if you draw a surface,
the differential
between two pressures, there's going to be a different total force, right? The pressure is force over area.
Just stop. Just chill out, right? You've got high pressures and low pressures in weather. It's what creates wind. You agree with that?
Yeah.
High pressure mixing with a low pressure. What's the differential between what they call a high pressure and a low pressure in weather?
What's the differential? The difference in the pressure?
Yeah.
It's whatever the pressure difference is. You can measure the pressure difference between two.
What is that?
You can measure the barometric pressure in any part of the atmosphere.
Yeah. So what would they call a high pressure? What pressure would that be in the atmosphere?
We're just speaking relatively. So
just answer the question.
The 14 pounds per square inch that we measure near the surface.
Yeah, 13.6, right? So what would be considered a low pressure in the weather?
In the weather at low atmosphere, it could be closer to like 10.
Low pressure. You know when you look at a weather map and it says H, and then next to it it will say L. You know those ones?
Right. That
one will be red, one will be blue. You know those ones?
That pressure difference is not going to be as great as what you see in the upper atmosphere, though.
Okay, so you can have,
which he's got no claims to, Timbo. We showed him earlier how high up the reading was. Anything above that is pure speculation.
But these differentials aren't very different. So you can have what they call a high pressure and what they call a low pressure are both still high pressures. Because what you're next to is a vacuum, right? Almost zero is what you guys claim. So those two highs and lows that they call in weather are actually high pressures.
Right. So why wouldn't you see massive vertical flow of pressure when you see these giant weather patterns caused by a much smaller difference?
Well, you get tornadoes. Tornadoes, hurricanes. When the high and the low meet, they create circles, wind patterns, turn into storms.
Right. And those pressure differences that are causing those weather patterns are greater than the pressure difference that we see in between the lower and upper atmosphere. The upper atmosphere can be like down to 0.1.
Show me Show me.
We showed you guys. You guys agreed that the pressure was measured up to like 60 kilometers, I think it was. You mentioned.
The high and the cold.
It was us that
high,
looked it up to show you because you were making all these bullshit claims.
The high and the low pressure on the ground that creates storms. What's the
Is
pressure
less
differential between those two?
It's less than the pressure difference in the upper atmosphere.
Great. So what's the lowest pressure they've measured in the atmosphere?
Less than 1 pound per square inch. It's like 0.1, 0.001.
Can you show me that?
I thought we showed you guys that already.
No, you posted up a cartoon with some very vague claims on it. We had to go and look shit up to tell you what it was.
Still in the pressurized system. So you're claiming you've got high and lows. What they call high and lows, they're not high and low pressure. They're just referred to as. Because the high pressure is a high pressure, the low pressure is lower than the high pressure, but they're both still high pressures. They're not high and low pressure mixing together at the surface. Just a small differential. The lower one's just called low because it's lower than the high. But you're claiming, oh, this one doesn't need a barrier. You've got a high pressure next to a low pressure. Doesn't need a barrier. Dumb.
All right, so I just looked it up. Like, you can get a Category 3 hurricane with just 13.7 psi.
Yeah, great.
Category 5
Ta-da!
Category 5 hurricane with just 13.3 psi.
Right. Small pressure differential, right?
Why are we not getting like huge vertical flows of winds trying to equalize this vertical pressure gradient when it's much greater
what are you
than?
talking about?
We just showed it was.
So
We said it was 14
where do those
points.
when those two winds mix together, where do they go?
You're talking. This is
They go
all
up,
these men,
right?
all these weather systems that we're
Hello?
talking about.
They go up. They go up, right?
Yeah, but not to the upper atmosphere.
They go up and then they cool down and then they come back down.
Bro, somebody need to talk to Boris to ban me. I don't know why he banned me.
That's not right because the Earth not flat, rounded.
They're rounded in what way?
Here we go.
If it wasn't rounded, then how would you go like to countries? You would like fall off from the Earth.
You catch a
Like,
plane,
can you?
dude.
Yeah. Why do planes necessitate curved surface? Do planes need a curved surface to fly?
Yes.
Why?
The gravity, you say?
An aeroplane, right? Why would an aeroplane need a curved surface to fly?
Good question.
You never thought about this before, have you?
No, then.
No?
The Earth is still rounded. Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because I've been around the world.
What do you mean around the world? To different places?
No, literally around the world.
Around east to west, or?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
On a globe, still a circle on a globe. Huh.
Wait.
It's going around a northern point, right?
Like flat? Let me search flat Earth.
Oh, well, either way, right? Your compass point's north. So whether it's flat or a globe, you're going to fly around in a circle around north. That would be east and west. Yeah? That's not a sphere. Just a circle that
Yeah,
you're
there
flying
is
around.
like, oh wait, hold on. That's like specific term.
Sorry? Circumnavigation, yeah.
Sorry. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's a circle.
No.
What?
It's
Not a circle?
no, hold on. It's a spheroid. Spheroid? Yeah. No,
Yeah.
but geoid. Void. Geoid? Geoid.
Geoid. Is that geoid? Be a fucking interpreter in this channel too. Anyway, Dylan, you still there?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello, do you think Earth is flat?
Yes.
Oh, so do I.
Because it measures that way. Measure across the surface of water. Flat. Point a laser across it. Measure the same elevation off the water as it left, as you receive it on the other side. Therefore, the water on the surface of the Earth is flat and horizontal. Can't have flat horizontal surfaces on a sphere.
And
Therefore,
what about
Earth not
North
sphere.
Pole and South Pole?
What about them?
Like, why they created? Like,
What do you mean created?
or why are they in the north or south? Like, what about them? Like, why are
Why?
those places are so cold and others
Because
are
they're
extremely hot?
further away from the path of the sun.
Oh, so sun is there and Earth is flat, then everything on it would be like in the same atmosphere. Not some places are cold or some places are hot.
Not necessarily. Then you'd have to be claiming, like, you know what the sun is and what distance it was away.
Like how?
I don't know. That was your claim, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you said it not necessarily. That's why I
Yeah.
said why.
So you'd have to. Well, your claim was if the Earth was flat, there would be no cold sections on the Earth.
Yeah.
So explain that.
Like Earth is flat and sun is on the top of the Earth. So how can be a place is sometimes one place is warmer and one place is much hotter than that?
Yeah. So you'd agree that we have summer and winter on Earth. So summer just means that the sun is directly above you as it traverses the sky during the day. Winter would be as the sun is lower in the sky as it traverses the sky each day. Therefore, not as much direct heat.
Hmm.
Yeah. Seasons. Summer, winter.
And what about this moon?
I don't know. What's the moon? What's the moon got to do anything?
Like how the solar system works, like when the
Oh, no, you're asking me. How does I don't know. I don't claim the solar system. That's your claim. You claim there's a solar system. I don't have to explain your solar system.
but moon is there. That's the fact,
Yeah, that's fine. The sun's there, the moon's there, what you call Mars is there, Jupiter's there, everything's there, right? You claim it's a solar system. I claim there are things in the
I'm
sky.
not claiming the Mars or anything, but moon and sun is there.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I see them too.
Then how these things work?
I don't know. They're just there, right?
On flat Earth theory, how these things work actually?
They're up in the sky.
So the moon and the sun would be at the same time.
Well, sometimes they are, aren't they?
Really?
Yeah, you've never seen the moon in the sky during the day?
Mm.
In fact, I could probably take a photo for you now. It was up yesterday, midday. Let me have a look around. I'm driving at the moment, but Are you telling me you've never seen the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time?
Maybe. I don't.
Oh, you
Oh,
think the moon only comes at night?
Well, share me the photo.
Are you denying this?
No, I'm not denying this, and I'm not agreeing this, but right now I'm confused. Oh my god.
You have never. I'm just going to ask this question. You've never seen the moon in the sky during the day?
Maybe I've seen, yeah.
Maybe you have. So do I still need to show you a photo of the moon in the sky during the day?
If you have, that's why I said, like, you have the photo, that's why
You
I
can,
said share.
I'm driving at the moment. You can type in your Google machine, moon in the sky during the day. All right, type that in.
Give me some time.
Yeah. Even though this has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but still interesting, right? Yep. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Pictures of the moon during the day. Where do you live, if you don't mind me asking? What country?
Currently I'm in South Korea.
South Korea. Do you have daylight there?
Yeah, right now
Surely,
it's
yeah.
yeah.
You
It's
don't go
almost
outside much.
I go, but today is my off day. I don't have class today.
And it still sounds like you're convinced that you've never seen the moon in the sky during the day.
No, I've seen. I'm just reading the article, like why we see. Yes. And it's an article from BBC, and
Oh God!
they are describing.
I believe what they say.
Why?
BBC England.
Yeah, isn't it scientifically accurate or something?
I don't know. What's scientifically accurate? What does that mean? They've done an experiment. Repeated the experiment. I don't know how you can do an experiment on the moon.
They're explaining the orbit, the 27.3 days to complete one orbit of our planet and all that.
Yeah, well then you'd need a planet. Yeah, you need a planet for that, right? Orbit? No one's seen an orbit before. Just a claim. Earth's not a planet.
Let me show you the picture. Okay, I'm showing.
Of Earth?
Yeah, just a short crop from the side. Like, have a look on it.
Yeah, I can draw that as well. How do you know that that is a correct representation of reality?
Nice cartoons. Oh my gosh.
It's
like
true
everyone,
though.
like everyone here supports flat Earth.
Not everyone. Shane in the chat, he's a Glover. Yeah, I mean it's true, right? You just presented a drawing or an,
like why?
Coloring in book.
Can you give me a summary? Like, why do you think these all are fake or like made up stuffs?
Well, you'd admit that it's a drawing, right?
Yeah, it's a drawing and.
Yeah. So how do you know that this represents reality?
Like there are maths and stuffs, like how many days, time, and all that.
Yeah, but that's what we see. So you can just stay in the same spot look at where the moon is, draw some angles, yeah, and say, oh, it must be a sphere because it's doing this. That's not necessarily true. The only way you can see the moon is from the Earth. You can't see
Well,
it from anywhere else.
you can say that as a theory, like it might be.
Well, so can you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yours would be a theory too.
I'm not denying that. It could be.
Yeah. Yeah. So in order to prove that the moon is doing an orbit of planet called Earth, you would need to measure the curvature of the planet called Earth so that we can work out if it's a sphere or not.
Then like, can you tell me like a summary, like why BBC or all the media would like say these theoretical things, or like Earth would
Do
be
you believe?
round shape? Like, what would be the purpose? Like, why?
Do you think the media tells the truth?
I don't know. Sometimes.
Well, you know, in your country, right, South Korea, just before 2019, there was an uprising.
Yeah, 1990s.
People.
Yeah.
I know. Just before 2019, just before the flu around the world happened, there was an uprising of people, right?
Yeah.
And the media covered it in a certain way, and that was not the truth, right? You can agree with that. So media doesn't tell the truth, do they?
No, not always.
No. So why would they be telling the? Yeah, they want to put a narrative across.
Yeah, and want to control the crowd. But on this topic, why would they? Like,
Okay,
what would be the
this
purpose?
topic's so that you're saying that this topic, they're not lying about this topic. So they lie about everything else, but this topic they don't lie about.
But sometimes they want to like control the crowd, or want to like suppress the media for some specific reason, for political reason, or sometimes for any like any specific steps. But in this like general topic, why would they? Like, what
They
would
know
be
the same thing. They're like same thing.
Like what would be the motive? Why like
same thing?
Yeah, okay. So this could be the same thing, but why? Like,
could be. Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to ask them. Yeah, I'm not the one telling the lie.
Then the burden of proof could be on me.
That's right. Now it's your burden of proof to make the claim why they're doing it, right?
Yeah, media sometimes like could be really biased for political reasons, for like generating power for individual.
For any reason.
Yeah, for individuals, for any political party, for any like groups, or for any type of stuffs. But in general reason, like this like a general topic or scientific topic, why would they like how they will get benefit from this?
Depends who they're paid by, right? So who owns the media company? Why would they benefit? You'd have to look at that and find out yourself why they would lie, right? So, or you can find out if they're lying or not. That would be the best way to do it. Are they lying?
Yeah, but I like for example, for this like I'm just agreeing for like what can I say, like
just conversation's sake, right?
Yeah, for conversation's sake, I am like agreeing with you, they're lying, but what would be the purpose? Like, why?
Oh, so you don't actually think they're lying?
No, I'm not think they're lying. Like, why would they?
Well, you got to work out whether they are or not.
Yeah, they are lying for specific stuffs when they will get like a revenue, or like
Well, let's work out: is the Earth a sphere or is it flat? Let's start there. Right, and then we can work on the rest of them. Let's start at the base of it. Is it flat or is it a globe?
It must be a globe, because if you go to Japan and go from the straight line, you will reach to the Alaska or California. You won't fall from the earth if you go straight from the Japan, or if you go straight from the UK, you will go to New York or New Jersey. It's like obvious truth. Like also like basic history. People used to migrate from the ships, so they used to use this route. Like maybe 1600 years ago, Hans used to use like go to from Siberia to Alaska from the northeastern route.
Why is that a globe?
Like I'm telling the reasons. If
Yeah,
it
but
is
how does
not,
that make it? How does that make it a globe? So can you, because you can travel from one place to another, then Earth's a sphere? Make that make sense.
like how?
I'm asking you how.
Like I'm telling, you can go from Siberia to Alaska, and also you can go to UK to New Jersey. There is nothing in
Yeah, you can
between.
go. Yeah, I know. On
You
the
you
Earth, you can
you
travel to different countries. Right?
like you won't drop from one to another. And if you read the history, people used to use this route, like
Yeah.
colonial
So
period and after
if
the World War II.
yeah, so what you're saying is, if the Earth is flat, you can't travel.
Like you can take this specific route if the Earth is travel.
Why not?
If you will fall from the Earth,
Ah, why?
because it's flat, there would be an end.
Ah, so because it's flat now, it has an end.
Yeah, if
Why?
it is a flat Earth, then there would be an end.
No, that would mean that you're calling it a disk in space.
Yeah, flat
Yeah,
means
we
that
don't
has.
believe that. We don't believe the Earth is a disk in space.
Then what shape is it?
Don't know about the shape, but the surface that we live on measures to be flat horizontal baseline.
Like a toilet tissue roll?
Nope, not at all. You can't
Then
even, yeah, there's no reference to what it is, right? There is nothing like the Earth. You can't
but
use an
but
analogy,
but
you can't use
you
anything.
you agree that these routes are exist?
What routes? Yeah, the ones you were speaking about.
Yeah, you can go from Alaska to Siberia, and you can go to UK
Yeah,
from
yeah,
US.
yeah, you can do that. Yeah, well, why wouldn't you be able to do that? If Yeah, because you're essentially saying if the Earth is flat, you can't travel.
You can travel, but
Of
you
course you
can't
can,
use
because we
this
do it.
route.
Why?
You will fail from the Earth. Like there would be an end point.
I'm asking you why.
Because
If you
Earth is,
point,
I said it would be like disc shape, and you said it's not a disc shape.
it's not a disc shape, right? So we don't know what it is, but you can use a compass to get around it. So the compass points to north, same as it does on a globe, except you think you live on a sphere. Now the thing, if you go around north on a globe or on a flat surface, you're still going around in a circle. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the difference? Why can't you go on those routes that you said if the Earth measures to be flat?
Still, there would be an end point. Like,
okay, explain to me which route do you want to talk about? Which one? From where to where?
For example, you will go like from the, for example, the Viking routes. Vikings used to use, used to go from Norway to UK, UK to Ireland, Ireland to Iceland, then Iceland to Greenland, then Greenland
so
to
north.
Canada. Yeah.
The north, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They went north and over north to the other side, right?
Yeah.
The other side of north. Yep.
Yeah, and then
so north.
and
So
people
north
use
is a central magnetic point. North is a central magnetic point.
Okay.
Yep. So whether the Earth is flat or a globe, direction is around north. There's no falling off. Don't fall off. There's nowhere to fall off into.
You don't fall off, but it have to be like any type of round shape, not flat. Because after you go to Canada, you can go to Siberia and then come to.
Yep, you go over north. Think about it. Are you thinking about it as like a map on a page or something like that? Like, I don't understand what you're saying.
I've memorized the map, but I can
Just
open it.
for example, right, take that north point on your globe. Just flatten out the sides. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's how you would use north.
Hey, my friends.
Hello.
How are you? Where are you from?
Yeah.
And if I talk about south, you'll still the same. Like it's.
What do you say?
That's a different. South's a different story. Why are you fucking yelling, dude? Anyway, I gotta go anyway. I'll be back.
I have improvement on it.
You have improvement.
Improvement.
Proofman.
Proof.
Proof. Okay. Maybe someone else will talk to you because I gotta go.
Okay.
What do you say?
See you, Vigil. I'll speak to. What do you say?
What do you say, my friends? Vigil.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. What do you study in your country?
I study AI and big data. Are you speaking?
Again?
I study AI and big data.
I didn't understand.
AI, artificial intelligence and big data.
Yeah. I studied pharmacy.
Good. So do you believe on flat earth?
What?
Do you believe on flat earth theory?
No,
Why?
because scientists proved that from many years. Spherical and the gravity attracts us to the center of the earth. Why is it flat? Why is it flat? Are you understand me?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 24. You?
22.
Nice. I don't believe on flat earth,
Why?
but it's an interesting topic to search about.
Can you علي صوتك ازاي? Hi your voice.
Hello, is it clear now?
Your mic.
Yeah, is it clear now?
Yeah. You have vision. Are you work?
Are you a student also?
Do you work during
No,
studying?
no. I don't work right now. Do you work?
Right now, no.
By the way, where are you from?
Egypt.
Yeah,
And
good.
you?
I'm from Bangladesh, but currently I'm in South Korea.
Are you in the World Cup?
Sorry?
World Cup.
No, I'm not following World Cup.
You didn't interested in sport?
No, actually, I don't follow cricket or football or anything.
It is the most popular sport in Egypt.
Yeah, I know. Basically in North Africa.
Again?
Basically, whole North Africa really like supporting their team on FIFA. Especially
Yeah.
Morocco, they are really mad about it.
Yeah.
So, which team are you supporting?
In Egypt?
Yeah.
Zamalek.
Except from Egypt, which team are you supporting?
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Yeah.
Uh, do you want more examples of gas falling visually or that expected phenomenon?
Sorry,
Like they're chatting. Why don't you guys open your mics?
they listen only. Some people didn't like to open their mics.
So
They are not some people. They are like 5 to 10 guys just listening.
A lot of people just like to listen.
Do you support flat?
Boogie. Hi, Boogie.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Good, and yourself?
Do you remember me?
Hmm?
I am good.
So, you think you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum?
Sorry, Boogie.
I said, do you believe that you live on the outside of a spinning ball of water?
Yeah, I do.
That's silly. Why do you believe that?
What do you mean by spelling?
For
A
example,
spinning
i-
ball.
if I buy a magnet which has a shape of ball, and if I connect with a simple iron, like small piece of iron, and spin it, the piece of iron wouldn't fall from the magnet. It's a basic science.
This proves the ground underneath your feet is curved.
I didn't say it is curved, but it it proves that the water wouldn't fall from the ball.
Because magnets attract metal, that means water can stick to the outside of a ball in a vacuum.
Sorry, what?
So you are claiming just because a magnet will stick to metal,
Hmm.
that means water can stick to the outside of a spinning ball?
Yeah.
I don't follow your logic. I think you know that magnets are used in science, and you think, well, I'm taught I live on a spinning globe earth and that's science, so well, I'll just say this one sciencey thing and that proves all of science. That's what I got out of it. That sounded pretty silly to me. So that's all you got, huh? That's why you think you live on a ball, is because magnets work?
No, but I am just comparing Earth pro to the magnet. Like I am
What?
just imagining it with a big size of magnet which
That
attracts everything.
that's where you can find the globe Earth, is in your imagination. That's the only place it truly exists.
Boogie.
Isn't it
Sorry, Boogie.
scientifically true or
Flat
some?
or spherical.
It is flat.
هتفرق معاك؟
Yeah, it is
Have,
fact.
everyone who has ever lived has only experienced the Earth as flat and stationary.
Ah,
We're told we
Does it
live.
make
Go ahead.
does it difference to spherical or flat?
I mean, yeah. Do you like to know the truth? Does it make a difference if you
When
go around
when the,
believing something incorrect?
when the truth is being useful, we live flat or spherical. We live.
Yes, we do. But do you not like truth? Do you not like to verify things for yourself? Or you just
Live.
like to believe stories?
have you get on a plane and got a window seat and look around
What
the?
question?
You've never seen curvature from a plane. That's silly.
Why do
Not
you love
not curvature, but you will like at least guess like
No,
approximately like Earth is not
no.
flat.
Yes, it is very flat. It is measurably flat.
Are you making the fun of me,
No, nobody's
Boogie?
making fun of anybody.
No,
I'm just
no.
telling you that the Earth is measurably flat, and you can go verify this for yourself.
Let it for scientists.
They don't believe in science.
Scientists can't tell you if the Earth is a sphere or not. That's not a question about science. That's a question
Why?
of that is a question
Why?
of geometry.
Why
Uh,
scientist doesn't prove that? Why scientists يضحكوا علينا اسمها ايه؟
because scientists believe what they were taught, and they've never questioned it. Most of them, but a lot of them have now. There's a lot of people that are learning that the Earth is flat, just as we experience it to be, just as all the ancients knew it to be. Now, you're told you live on the outside of a spinning ball, and you're told what size it is. You believe you live on a spinning ball. Do you know anything about it?
Why you didn't believe in scientists, Boogie?
This has nothing to do with belief. I told you, scientists, they just believe what they were told for the most part. There are scientists that know the Earth is flat, but most of them just believe as they were taught when they were little. But the ones that are honest and they go try to verify the curvature will find out that it is flat. So, are you even curious why people would claim the Earth is flat? That's a silly thing to you, right?
No, I'm
Do you
curious. That's why I asked the last guy again and again, why would they propagate this thing? Like, what would be the purpose?
well, why people do what they do, only they can tell you. But I can show you how you can determine if the Earth is curved or not.
Okay.
We are told the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right?
Hmm.
So,
Boogie, are you misbeliever?
what is it?
Are you misbeliever?
Am I what?
Disbeliever. Are you disbeliever? He's asking.
No, it has nothing to do with belief. This is knowable. This is measurable.
Why Boogie?
Mostly
Why?
believers
Why
are
the
like
life
flat
is hard
earthers.
with you?
Wolf, mysterious Wolf. Mostly believers are flat earther, not disbelievers.
Why? What,
Because of
Virgil?
because of their texts.
Do you know how far you should be able to see at the ocean? If the
How
Earth
far?
is a ball, we can only see a limited amount of distance due to the curvature, right? That's what we're told, right?
Hmm.
Do you know how far you should be able to see if you're roughly 6 foot tall?
How?
No, I'm 6 foot tall, but
Okay.
when a surface is a surface has a huge like curve, and you are a like a insect insect, then you will feel like this whole surface is flat. I I can't like explain in English, but it is what it is.
I understand what you are saying. I was taught just like you were. I was taught all the same stories you were. But with modern technology, now it is easy to go verify that these stories were not true.
Like how?
I'll show you. For one, we can see magnitudes further than we should be able to. You said you're roughly 6 foot tall. You should only be able to see approximately 3 miles at the ocean. 3 miles, that's it. After 3 miles, you should no longer be able to see the surface of the water. This isn't flat earther math. This is entailments of a sphere having a radius of 3959. The surface must curve. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know.
Can you have a sphere without a curving surface? Of
No.
course you can't. Of course. So there's with these new optics, these new cameras, in the last few decades, people are able to see further than they could before. Everybody just cheap technology. Okay, that's why this is really blowing up right now, is because people are able to go verify this for themselves. It is not a belief. You don't have to trust or believe in stories you were taught when you were a kid. You can go and measure this. And one of the best ways to do this is with lasers. If you use a laser and make a tangent and run the laser 10 miles, 20 miles over the lake, the water that is supposedly curving should drop away, right?
Yeah, it might drop. I don't know the math,
Okay.
but it might drop.
Mhm. Yep. It should if the earth is a sphere. And now it should drop more than you might think. And you can verify this math for yourself. Over a 10-mile lake, there should be 66 foot of drop. Oh,
In compared to the size of the Earth, the 10 mile is totally inferior.
no, this is because of the size of the earth. That's how we know how much drop should be at 10 miles. There should be 66 foot of drop at 10 miles. So if you find a 10-mile body of water, a 10-mile lake or whatever, and you take a friend there and you get a mirror and your friend tries to reflect the light of the sun at you with a mirror, unless your friend is 30 foot tall, you should never see that mirror flash over a 10-mile lake. But you will every single time. Now,
Okay.
let me find you one of these laser transit tests and you can look at it for yourself.
Yeah, sure. And
Give me
what about?
just a minute, please.
Okay, okay,
Go ahead and talk though. Just a minute, I'll find it.
okay. And what would you say about the last thing I said, the last guy? Like, how would you travel from one place to another from the same route they were used to use back on the back days?
Understand. Again? How do I explain what?
Like I said, how what would you say? Like I asked the last guy, like how would you travel from one place to another, from what, Norway to Canada and Canada to Siberia, or basically Russia?
Probably travel in a pretty straight line over a flat planar surface. That's how you would travel.
Yeah, you are going to a straight line, but you are coming to the same place, like you are doing a round, because you are going.
You're asking about circumnavigation.
Yeah, like you are going on a straight line, but you are coming to the same place.
Yeah, that's no problem. You can walk around your block or your house and end up where you started, can't you? So, east and west are circles on a globe or a flat earth.
Yeah.
Circumnavigation east to west is no problem, but nobody has ever done it north to south. That is a problem for the globe.
you will can circle your home, but the circle won't be the straight line after you circle your house.
East and west are not straight lines. East and west are circles.
Yeah, I agree. But
So if there's a point of magnetic north and we
Hmm.
head east, which is a circle, or head west or as a circle, there's no problem. We can end up right where we started. But here's one of those laser transit tests for you to check out. And this is not something that happened once or twice. This is what happens every time people go and try. Nobody has ever measured surface curvature. Nobody has ever measured the curvature of the earth.
Hello, everyone.
okay, it's a 13-minute video. I'll watch it.
If the earth was a globe, that laser should be over 260 feet in the air.
Do you have any
That's a
article?
26 story building. I mean,
Okay.
that
Do
laser
you
should be hundreds of feet in the air, and it's not.
Okay, so do you have any article or video, like you said, like East and West, the whole thing about those topic? Like
I don't know
for
if
for
I
for
mean,
the explanation, I mean.
there's a imagine the North Pole is a literal pole, right? And you're 20 feet away from it with a rope tied to you, okay? Rope tied to you in the pole.
Hmm.
If you head east and west, either one, you're going to end up right where you started. Circumnavigation east to west is no problem. And like I said, this is something you can verify for yourself. You don't have to trust any videos or believe any stories. You can go test this for yourself.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fine. And you?
I'm doing good, thank you. So, what brings
Hi.
you by to the channel?
Do you think the Earth flat?
No,
Or
I know the earth is flat.
flat?
Yeah, flat. Have you ever seen it any other way?
Yes. You know, what's
In
your evidence
pictures and movies, I'm
about
talking about real life.
that? Yes.
I'm sorry.
You know, when you look in the sea, when you look in the sea or the flat, so maybe after يعني 2 kilometers you will not see anything. Why?
I'm sorry. You're breaking up a little bit. I was having trouble understanding. Can you try again?
I mean, why when you look on the free space, okay, you cannot look after 2 kilometers. What mean that?
Are
Or
you saying that?
if you see the sea, yes, if you see the sea, you know the sea. If you see the sea,
Yes.
or at the end of your vision, look like down, the sea going down.
No. Nobody's ever seen that. No.
So why?
We can see a 6 foot tall person should only be able to see 3 miles at the ocean, at the sea. We can see much, much further than that. Much further. The horizon,
Okay.
the horizon is an optical effect. The horizon is not Earth curvature. There is no Earth curvature. Nobody has ever measured it.
Did you travel by plane or?
What?
Did you travel by plane or?
Yes, I've traveled in a plane a few times.
So when you look to the earth, you become the sky. Okay. What you will look?
We can't see
The earth look like flat, or there is
flat.
some curving.
Very, very, very flat. Nobody has seen curvature out of an airplane window. That's not even mathematically possible. If the Earth were a sphere, you wouldn't be nearly high enough to see curvature from a plane from 30,000 feet.
Why they studying as the school? The earth is circle.
Because that's what they've been
There is
taught to believe.
yes, there is countries, like the government. Why they want the people believe the earth circle? Why they lie?
I couldn't
According
tell
to you.
you. I couldn't tell you why they would lie, but I don't think most of them are lying. I just think people believe as they were taught and have never questioned it. But this has nothing to do with belief. This has nothing to do with religion or anything like that. This is empirical observations and measurements that you can go verify for yourself. Do you believe you live on a spinning ball? Do you know the size that we're told the Earth is? Do you know the size? The
Yes.
diameter, the radius? What's the
Yeah.
radius?
I can search, but I don't know exactly how much. But if I search, I will find the diameter. So
Well,
what the size of diameter?
the radius is
Yeah.
30. The radius is 3959, 3,959 miles. The circumference is 24,901. This is what we're told the Earth is a sphere of this size. But when you look at these pictures, we're shown these pictures of a spherical Earth covered in water from space. Okay. So would you agree that water would have to be consistent? If the Earth is a sphere, water must curve at a consistent rate. Would you agree?
There is gravity, right? There is gravity. Keep the sea uh,
Yes,
in the air.
you think gravity forms the Earth into a giant ball, a giant sphere, right?
Yes.
The most defining characteristic of a sphere is a consistently curved surface, correct?
Yeah.
So, if the Earth is a sphere, water must curve at a consistent rate. Water, when we look out, there should be drop over distance. There should be curvature, but there is not. We
I
can
agree with you. If no, if
much farther. And this isn't about, hey, we can look real far. This is about um verifying the size that we're told. Okay. Now, if the Earth is the size that we're told, there'll be some entailments of this. Now, over a 10-mile lake, there should be, just in 10 miles distance, there should be 66 feet of drop. This is the math. You can go check this for yourself. You can look up.
I agree with you. If no there gravity, you know, there is some uh, some games or playing, they absorb the gravity, so the person will be in atmosphere, not in the floor, right? Did you see
So
that?
with if
That mean there is gravity, right?
hey, we're talking about the surface. We can talk about gravity when we're done. But
So
all you need to know about for gravity right now is gravity makes the surface of water curve, correct?
I agree with you with your idea, but who's the keep the
And
surface and
if
as also the gravity, right?
if
So
if the surface of water isn't curving, can it still be a sphere?
if no, there is gravity, but there is gravity, right?
I'm not
The
talking
gravity
about
free.
gravity. I'm talking about
Yeah.
geometric measurements. I'm talking about math right
Yes.
now.
Yes. I agree
If
with you
if the
about the math,
water if the water
but
does not curve, can it still be a sphere?
I agree with you. But there is combination between the gravity and the sea and the earth like here. Otherwise, why? What the governments, what they will get if they lie about the shape of the earth? What they will
If
get?
if I can't tell you what they would get, will that change the surface of water? Is it relevant? Most people, I don't think everybody's lying about it. I think people simply believe as they were taught, right? And they've never questioned
Yeah.
this. So if they did lie and I can't tell you the reason, does that change the surface of water?
Yes.
Of course it doesn't. So this isn't about a theory. This isn't about a belief. This is about empirical observations and measurements. Would you like to see one of these measurements? Alrighty then. Welcome.
So here in this channel, you're discussing the shape of the Earth, right?
Yes, sir.
But the main question isn't what is the shape of the Earth. What will change if the Earth is curved, sphere, any shape? Nothing will
No.
change.
The
Nothing will change.
question is, what is the Earth? In this channel, anyways. You might think nothing will change, but you have no idea.
Come on, bro.
Do you
People,
do you like the truth? I mean, do you like to be misinformed?
it depends on the information.
Oh, so sometimes you like to be misinformed?
Yeah.
That's weird.
What would you do with the math if you are like a farmer?
What would I do with the math if I was a farmer?
I'm talking about the advanced math, not the normal.
I might make a pretty kick-ass irrigation system. I might need a little bit of math for it, but I probably wouldn't use much of it. So
What I mean is there is a lot of questions that we ask, but their answer doesn't matter. Their answer doesn't matter. Like the shape of the Earth.
yeah, I mean, we think it matters, that's why we're here. And we we all were taught the same things that you were in school, we all know the stories. But now with modern technology, it's becoming very easy to verify that these stories were not correct, were not reality. So you believe you live on the outside of a spinning ball of water, right?
Well, actually, depending on the physics I've studied, I can confirm that Earth is flat.
You said you can confirm that Earth is flat?
I can't, because half the physics I have studied will disappear.
Yes, you can verify that the Earth is flat. We're talking about geometric claims, right? That has nothing to do with science, now does it?
I think it does.
What science would you use to determine the shape of something?
Well, it depends on the thing. Like the Earth, you can use physics and geometrics, and
So math, we'll use math, right? Not science.
can't say math, but it's a part of physics that you will use.
So why do you think you live on the outside of a sphere? What is your best evidence that you live on the outside of a sphere? If, say, somebody who was just born you know, a fully functioning adult with a mind and has no idea of reality, and you are trying to explain to him how he can prove the earth is a sphere, what is your best evidence?
Oh, because I'm not interested in this such topics.
Yet here
I
you
don't
are.
have. I mean, I don't have evidence for like this arguments.
That's the problem. Nobody does.
And the main thing I want to say is like you're not getting anything from this discussion.
That's a pretty naive, narrow mindset to have. I've gotten quite a lot out of this discussion. So have many of the people here. That's why they're here.
We're talking about the truth, right?
Yes, that's what we've gotten out of this discussion is the truth. Do you not care for the truth?
It depends on the kind of truth. Like something, there's a lot of topics that you like. You find people saying weird things and just saying anything. They're not keeping it like a normal discussion. They're taking it far away, like the government is lying. I don't know, the aliens is doing such a thing, or
You don't
you
think
know.
governments lie to people?
Mm, I wouldn't say they are not lying totally,
Oh, okay.
but
Have you ever heard of the term propaganda?
I know it.
Do you think that's just make believe? You think the government is always honest with you? You think people are always honest with you? And what if what if they're just ignorant to it? What if they just don't know?
I wouldn't say they're not saying the wouldn't I'm not saying that they say the truth always, but like the shape of the earth, they are not getting anything if they told you or if they don't tell you.
How could you possibly know this?
You can't figure it out. It's not such a hard thing.
So when people mislead people, whether through ignorance or intention, you don't think there's reasons that people do this? Well, if it is intention, you know. There's there's just speaking of being of lying in general, you know, there's many reasons that people lie, but for this certain discussion, I don't think there's everybody in the government's lying to you or all the scientists are lying to you or nothing like that. They just believe as they were taught and they think within the parameters that they know, you know. Many people just have never questioned what they were taught. They just believe it as fact. Even though when we try to look for evidence, we cannot find any evidence that anyone has ever measured surface curvature, ever.
Well, actually, there is a lot of people who did this in the past and now.
Tell me your favorite one and show me how they measured it. Show me the measurements, please.
I actually don't know their names because I just like seeing them for 5 minutes or.
So you don't know who they are, but you know that they did it. You probably don't know how they did it though. Huh? You just know that they did, right?
No, I know. In the past, they tried with the. I think you know the evidence of when ships go in the sea too far away.
Hmm? What is it? Oh, you think ships disappear over the
Not.
horizon?
Yeah,
Nah, that's silly. They do not.
they do. You can't see it yourself.
No. There is hundreds of videos of people once the ship disappears completely, they bring it back into view with optics with zoom technology. If the ship was hidden behind physical curvature, you could not zoom in to bring it back into view. There's also observations and demonstrations of getting things to disappear bottom up on perfectly flat surfaces. You can even Google sinking refraction. Go to Google and type in sinking refraction and read what that is. So, ships appearing to disappear is not evidence of anything because we have found out that is only an optical phenomena.
But can you explain why I can't see not the too far away, but the the mountains, the far mountains?
What it depends on how far they are. You know, the
Like
the
if
thing
like
the thing that will limit our vision the quickest is the
let's say
meteorological conditions, the weather. How far do you think we can see through the air normally
with human vision.
with any vision?
No, it
So
depends. The camera can
yes,
zoom
yes,
more than.
yes, you can zoom and get a better angle of view and see things that have disappeared because they're too small. Yes, but I'm talking about weather conditions, atmospheric conditions. If you go to any weather report, it'll tell you the visibility for the day. What do you think that means? It means how far you can see for the day due to the conditions of the weather, right? And on average, it's something like probably between 5 to 20 miles is what we can normally see, okay? Down down low, especially where the air is the thickest. So that's going to limit your vision quicker than anything for seeing a mountain far away. Have you ever seen multiple, like, have you ever been really high up and you can see mountains, a ton of mountains really far in the distance? Have you ever seen a bunch of mountains before?
Yeah.
You notice how the closest ones to you you can see and define very clearly, but the further the mountains get back, they look hazy and hard to see.
Yeah.
This is because the air becomes opaque over a certain amount of distance.
Okay, that's true.
Yep. And so there's no evidence of surface curvature. I know you think there is, so did I. I believed the stories I was told, I was a big sci-fi fan too. I believed all the space travel fantasy and all that, I was all into it. And it's just it's just an illusion. It's not reality. Okay? It's just imagination. You were taught this at such a young age. Most people have never questioned it. But this is something that you can easily go verify for yourself. You can look for evidence of curvature and you won't find any. And then you can go out and measure for yourself and observe for yourself. You go find you a big body of water. You find out how much drop there should be, and you learn there's never any. Can't find it. And
But to be
Mhm.
fair,
Mhm.
uh, with the large size of the Earth, you can't define there is curvature actually.
How large
Even
is
even if
how large
even if
how
there is,
large is the Earth?
well, you can say there is like 12,000 or 24,000 kilometers
Yep.
among the Earth.
24,901 miles in circumference. And the radius
Yeah.
is just under 4,000 miles. So this is not just some number that we're making up. This is how much drop, how much curvature must exist for the Earth to be the exact size we are told it is. So this is not an issue of scale. This is based on the scale that we're told. Over 10 miles of water, there should be 66 feet of drop, but it doesn't exist. Nobody can find it.
I also have another question.
Sure.
Do you, as a person who believes that the Earth is flat,
I
do
don't believe.
you
I can
know you
confirm.
know I don't know, you believe, you confirm, you anyway. What do you think about the other like planets?
I don't know, man. I think they're pretty interesting. I think all those stars and the planets that we see are very intriguing, very interesting. They're like the most accurate clock ever made, and they have
Well,
repeated the exact same patterns and cycles for over 5,000 years. They have not changed. You believe we're traveling in all these ridiculous speeds and directions for thousands of years, and yet the sky remains exactly the same as when the ancients were here?
I'm not talking about traveling. I'm talking that with the telescopes you can tell that the every single planet and on you can say that it's here, or at least the circle from the angle you're seeing it.
I would agree. They, I mean, they don't have much of a shape because lights kind of lose their distinct shape at a distance, but I could
Yeah.
see how people could think them to be spheres. Yeah, sure. But what does that have to do with the ground under your feet?
Why would the Earth from like let's say at least 1,000 planets? Why would it the only one that's not a sphere?
You might be confused. You might think that we're claiming that Earth is some flat disk in the heliocentric model, that we're the third flat disk from the sun. No, this is not what flat Earth is. Nobody is claiming the overall structure or anything like that, only that the surface is planar and flat. Therefore, it cannot be a sphere. Now, when you have these imaginations of the heliocentric model and space travel and all these planets, you you associate Earth to be like that. But there is nothing in common between the Earth and these lights in the sky. When I look up, I don't see bodies of water, I don't see trees, I don't, you know, there's nothing in common. It's not the same category, you know, different. The earth is all there is. The earth is the foundation of everything. There's nothing outside of the earth.
Okay, that's weird. Well, that's weird.
This is what all the ancients believed.
Let's not say talk about the ancients because they didn't have the tools that we have nowadays.
Yes, we have great tools, don't we? And when you go out and use them, you'll find that there's no curvature.
Depending on the physics and the maths and everything,
No.
the calculation says that the Earth is a is a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yeah. You can, with assumptions, you can calculate anything. Calculations based on assumptions are not required to be anything that's real. These are just mathematical concepts.
But with this maths and physics, we are like we are using it in our technology, like satellites and else.
Yes. Yes.
Hi.
Well,
So that there's none of this technology that requires the earth to be a sphere.
Why is that?
Hello? Because it just doesn't. Tell me what technology requires the earth to be a sphere.
That's a good
there
question.
there is a
Maybe the
thing.
oh, go ahead. Or maybe the International Space Station. It does kind of require the Earth to be a sphere because otherwise it would just fall to the Earth. If I mean, are we talking gravity here? It's constantly falling to the Earth, and it just has the required impulse
Yes.
outward, not to fall into the Earth's gravity. So the the way it stays on orbit is because it's just going around.
Yes, that's what you've been told, how it stays in the air, And just because we see a vehicle above us Doesn't mean it is far as you think it is. Doesn't mean there's anybody aboard it. Like there's no problem with vehicles flying in the air by different means. This does not require a spherical surface. You have no way to verify this orbit, this complete orbit that you believe. You believe it's constantly falling and it's just perfectly right to where it's balanced with all the gravity, and no matter any of the rotations or orbits, like it'll just stay right where it's at. This is just a story. This
It
is
can be
not
proven with
reality.
physics.
I
Show
mean,
me.
you might
It can be
argue. I
proven.
mean,
Show,
me
show me.
personally, I
Show
cannot
me
show
how
you,
you
dude.
can prove
For example,
orbit.
I'm gonna be real with you right now. I don't know
Sure.
any physics, dude. I'm not an astrophysicist.
Mm-mm.
I'm not good at math. At maths neither. So I can't really prove it to you. Let's be real, and most of us can.
Yep.
But
Well,
if you're gonna
go
say it's a
go.
story, I mean, I might as well say that flat Earth is just as much of a story as in spherical Earth. And then how would you
Do you
prove
know
it's flat
who
Earth?
do you know who wrote the
I'm,
story of flat Earth? You go put a laser next to a water, and then it tells you a story. That's the story. Okay. The Earth
really?
can't be a sphere if the surface of water does not curve at a consistent rate.
What do you
You
believe
can't
about the
have a
sun?
sphere without curvature.
What do you believe
Right.
about the sun?
Of course.
I don't know. I mean, I believe it gives us light and heat. That's what I
No,
believe.
no. I mean, is
What is it?
the Earth circling above,
No,
circling
no, no. The sun is
on the
not
sun?
this giant, thousands of times bigger than the Earth, 93 million miles away. That's all fantasy.
But why it's hotter on the summer?
Because the sun moves. When the sun
No.
moves, do you not see the sun move every day? And during the
Why
summer,
it's moving? Why it's moving is
the
different
sun will
on the summer.
move closer to what we call the north, and then during the winter, the sun will move out.
And then
Well,
how?
the sun moves. The source of heat is not 93 million miles away. We don't know exactly how close it is, but we know
So
that it's close
if
enough that it can take its heat and its light with
so
it.
okay. So by using the physics, why does the sun circles on Earth while the Earth is giant compared to it?
You are still believing a story. You have no way to verify the size of the earth or the size of the sun. We can only go by what we can observe.
Like, is it a ball on fire?
It looks to be pretty spherical. I don't know. And I don't know if I would say necessarily on fire in the traditional sense, but I have no way to
But
verify it.
but to be honest, you can't use your mind on everything. You can't use what you see.
I
You can't believe
can't
what you
use
see.
my mind on everything.
You
I've never
can't
heard
believe
anybody say that.
you
Yeah,
can't believe what
that's
you
not the
see.
best choice of words there.
No,
Ah,
I mean he can't.
use your mind for everything. Sometimes you just have to stop thinking.
Yes, you might have never thought about everything that's entailed to live on the outside of a spinning ball.
How do you
All
believe that
you
the atoms
believe
exist
you
while
believe
you
your
can't see?
senses you believe your senses are lying to you, all of them, all the time.
You can't see the atoms, so how do you believe that theirs exist, or you don't?
I personally, I don't have any, I can't verify it.
I do.
There's
How are they making the
but tell
power in the
tell me how that
nuclear?
tell me how any of that relates to whether the surface of water is curving at a consistent rate.
That makes sense. You can't see
I
atoms
think
with your
part of
senses.
this flat Earth discussion, I mean, it
You
really relates to not. I mean, all of us as regular citizens, we like to think that we actually know things. But for a fact, like I know for a fact that this happened in 1933. Dude, you weren't born on before 1933. You weren't here. You weren't there. You read it on the book, or maybe you
I
heard it from
agree.
someone else, from your dad,
I
from your
agree.
teacher.
No way to verify that, is there? But we can go out and observe and test things in the real world and verify that the surface of water does not curve enough or does not curve at all. And if water is not curving, what is it? What is the surface of water
Flat?
if it's not curving? Hey, there you go. This ain't your first time, is it?
No.
Qualified, certified, trustworthy source that is telling us, whether it's the government, the teachers, the school system, a university, books, church, whatever. We maybe the whole community, a culture, everybody is telling us this, and we just sort of have faith on it, and it's the way we survive. I mean,
That's faith,
if you were a young boy and you were 10 years old and you have never seen a snake and your dad told you, hey, that's
Well, whatever my dad would tell me about snakes, I bet there'd be a way to verify it.
we believe everything.
I mean, you're welcome to
No,
go around and believe anything you want. If you don't like to verify things and you're a big fan of just believing in stories, and that's fine. That's cool, man.
yeah, and that's pretty much fair, and I like it. I mean, I don't believe it, we live on a flat Earth, but I do assume is I do assume that it's not to me to prove it, to prove you wrong.
I wish you'd prove me wrong, man. You think I want to be a flat earther? You think it was like, I'll have a little fun. I'll
I don't really
I'll
care,
I'll
but
declare
I
myself
do admire.
hmm?
You declare yourself as a
As a social pariah, just for fun.
and it's totally fine with me. I mean, it sounds liberating actually. I mean, it sounds pretty fun.
I
I
was
mean,
being I was being facetious. I wish you could prove me wrong. It would be really cool if you go find evidence of surface curvature so I don't have to be a flat earther anymore.
it would be great, but I'm just a guy having a beer and wanted to sleep in like 30 minutes, so I'm not gonna do that. But I mean, it's cool to have different perspectives, right?
Why don't you believe in the flat Earth?
What?
Why don't you believe in the flat Earth? I feel like there's so many signs that point to it.
Can you tell me how the sun doesn't appear in the north or the south pole in the summer or in the winter?
Because the sun moves away and it takes its light with it.
Weird doesn't move.
You don't see the sun move every day?
But to be honest, in the poles, there is months with like 24 hours of sunlight, and there is months with 0% sunlight.
What if it was only 22 hours? Would that make the surface of water measure any different then?
Yes, because it will say that either the sun is disappearing, like I don't know how, or something blocks the light, or the earth isn't flat.
Air becomes opaque over distance.
Opaque?
Can it be opaque on, like it can't block the sunlight, it can.
Sure it can. Why do you
Yeah,
think it's dark when you go down in the water a couple hundred meters?
there is a difference between, not couple of meters, we're talking about kilometers to become
In
fully
this
dark.
and in this flat Earth, do we have a dome for an atmosphere?
There's definitely some kind of containment. There's definitely not gas pressure next to a vacuum of space, you know.
And what would it
Whatever
be? Would it be
whatever this
glass?
containment might be, I have no idea.
Yeah. And what about the bottom, like the base of the Earth? Would it be rocky, like a,
No
I don't know.
idea, man. No idea. Couldn't tell
And
you.
in this flat Earth, are we moving up? Are we moving higher in the universe?
No, no.
'Cause I've heard a
Flat Earth
theory.
Flat Earth is not a disk flat planet in the heliocentric model. The Earth is all there is. It is not the helios. There is no space. There is no space. Does not exist as you believe it to be. You know, it's not a vacuum next with spinning balls of water in it. No, that's silly.
Yeah, that's silly.
How does the sunlight disappear? In one of the poles and
Because
appears
it
in
gets
the
its
other.
light, the sun
It,
moves and takes its light with
yes,
it. Didn't
that's
you
it.
hear the guy? The gentleman
And
spoke it.
and after so much distance, the air will block the sunlight.
Why the air in the winter blocks the sunlight while in the summer it doesn't? And why it
We
does
have day
in one
we have
pole
day
and
and
it doesn't in the other?
we have day and night in the summer and winter.
What is this related with? It's not related with the
You
thing I'm
said
saying.
you said the sun does not get blocked in the summer.
I'm talking it's blocked for 24 hours for consecutive 3 months, not for like 7 hours or
Yeah, the sun moves. It
for
takes
3 months. For three
different
months.
circuits, different
For,
paths.
for three months.
It moves whatever speed it's created to move.
So why like
Whoever's playing that
why
music, I
why
don't
why
They
why
appreciate
don't
just
that
you
got
part
like
at
muted.
all.
Don't worry.
why we don't like we don't see anything. Don't like see the sun change anything.
What are the stars in this flat Earth?
I don't know. They're 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 pretty interesting and beautiful, and they keep the same patterns and structure as they have for thousands of years. Same timing, same cycles. They've never changed.
But what are they? Are they
I,
close to
I,
us? Are they far away? Because you
I,
did mention earlier that this Earth would be the only thing in the.
yes.
We didn't say the only thing in the universe, but
Well, there's still the sky above us. There's still the stars and the constellations and the seasons and the cycles. Those still exist, but these lights, whatever they may be, I don't believe them to be burning balls of gas at unfathomable distances. I do not.
If they are not burning, how would the heat be produced as you think?
Wait, Shane,
For
I
the
thought you
light.
said you didn't know what they are.
Yeah, yeah, I have no idea. They could be burning in some fashion, perhaps, but I don't believe they're enormous balls of gas, light years away. I don't believe any of that.
Well, wait, so if you don't know what they are, how do you know they're not that? You say you know what they aren't, but you
I don't know they're not that. That's why I said I do not believe they are that.
Do you
exactly,
believe
he
in
didn't
atoms?
believe.
got it. That makes sense.
Do you believe in atoms?
But good try, man.
Do you believe in atoms?
No, never really had much interest in the micro. Never studied
You don't
much.
see atoms, so you shouldn't be like you shouldn't.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's ways to verify different elements, right?
Now there is a way to do. It's the same case with everything you can define with your eyes.
So there's ways to verify these different elements, but there's no way to verify surface curvature of water.
So you're talking like something in microscopic size can be verified, while something in I don't know. Let's say at least like 100 kilometers. Let's just say this can be verified.
Do you not think the water? Do you believe gravity forms the Earth into a sphere, which would require the surface of water to be constantly bending,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So this, and since we're told the size, we know how much it's bending, right?
Yes.
Then how come when we go out to find this drop over distance, to find this curvature, how come we can find no evidence of it?
Either with satellites photos, which we won't believe, or with calculations.
Why would I verify why would I just blindly believe some photos I can't verify?
I told you we are not going to believe photos, so you can do your calculations. You can do your calculations.
Yeah, so I'm with you. We shouldn't believe photos or videos, we should go see for ourselves.
Interesting.
Yeah, you shouldn't believe, any stories people tell you.
Mm. So you don't believe that there is elephants and some kind of weird animals?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Same thing, but applied to animals and creatures.
Well, I can see animals and I can see creatures.
So
I
did you
can't see surface
seen?
curvature.
So did you, have you seen ever in your life a shark in front of you?
Yeah.
Interesting. What about camels? I don't know. You
Nope.
might be.
I've never seen a camel in person.
How do you believe that camels exist?
Well, I'd say that there's a lot of good evidence for it, and I'd say I could travel if I wanted to see a camel and I wanted to verify a camel, I could make that happen.
You can go to the South Pole also to confirm.
Confirm what? The water's not curving?
What's your problem with water? The problem is related to gravity.
So determining the nature of the surface of Earth would not be determined by what water does or doesn't do. Water either lays level and flat as everyone experiences it and uses it, or
It's related, but
it
I did not.
curves. It has to do one or the other, If we live on a
Yeah, it
sphere,
curve.
it has to
Why
curve.
wouldn't it curve? Why? It can curve normally.
It could, I guess. I always know it to lay flat and seek its level, but I mean, if these stories we're told is true, then it would be curving, but it is not.
O na mão vagabundo tá aí, ó.
Do you think that the water is a rock? It can curve normally. It can change shape. It can take the shape of the place it is in.
Cool. Show me evidence of the surface of water curving at any scale other than the small. Any
You can't tell.
drops, surface tension.
You can't
That's
tell with
different.
your eyes.
Show me how I can tell with my eyes. Explain
Well,
it.
watch the
can't
sunset
tell
over the
with-
ocean.
Well, yep. If you watch the sunset over the ocean, it'd probably be a lot different than watching it from the top of Everest, wouldn't it, Matthew?
I don't know if you could see the horizon from top of Everest because it'd be kind of far away, but I'm talking about
Touche,
from the sea
touche.
level. Yeah, from the sea level, you can clearly see that the sun, halfway through the sunset, the bottom half of the sun is cut off because the water is blocking it, but the top half of the sun is visible, even though allegedly the top half is farther away than the bottom half.
So if this is due to surface curvature, then this must happen every single time, no matter of our elevation, right?
If you can see a clear horizon,
Right.
it does. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
sometimes it's cloudy, so
So
not always.
You've never seen the sun do anything besides what you're explaining?
I mean, I've seen
As
the
I
sun.
mentioned, sometimes it's too cloudy.
I mean, I've seen the sun smoking a cigarette and dancing, but I was high at that time, so maybe it doesn't count.
See, Matthew knows very well the sunsets aren't due to Earth's surface curvature, and
No, I don't know that. They're
he
certainly due to Earth
he's
curvature.
seen evidence in this channel of it setting in other ways than that, haven't you, Matthew?
No, I've seen the clouds block it, but that's about it. Where you can't see. But if you can see the outline of the sun clearly, and if it's clear enough to see the horizon, then the sun gets cut off slowly, bottom up, as the sun sets over the ocean. I've seen it multiple times.
Yes, I don't doubt that you've seen this, but it is not due to surface curvature, and it is an
Yes, it
optical
is.
effect. No,
No.
it is not.
It is.
If it was due to surface curvature, then you could give me some evidence of surface curvature
I
other
have
than
a
that.
question. I have a question.
What's your
Sure.
question?
If it's like, I don't know, going somewhere, why, if I went from, let's say, China to the United States, I find it like there is the sun exists in China while it doesn't in the United States, or vice versa.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Uh,
The sun moves and it takes its light with it,
when
and it
when it
attenuates.
moves, if when you are saying that it's not related to the thing the guy behind me said, so like you're making it like unbelievable, something like imaginary, like the sun goes from this way, disappears and appears in another way, like magic.
Is that no? It's not disappearing
It,
and reappearing. It leaves our field of view, and it comes back
but to
the
be
next day.
to be honest, using just using the informations you gave to me, I can now see the shape you're talking about, which can't prove the thing you're saying. The sun melts. How does it melt? The sun melts. What? Shrinking. Do you believe that it shrinks?
Believe what?
Do you think that the sun shrinks when it goes to the horizon?
Yeah, it's not very common that you can see that due to all the humidity and atmospheric lensing and different optical effects, especially when you're at lower elevations. But if you get some elevation and you have very dry conditions, yes, the sun does appear to get smaller as it travels away.
Wow. Why it
Nah, that
shrinks
doesn't
while
happen.
in another place it doesn't? You can
It
see.
doesn't. The sun is always 0.5 degrees. It doesn't shrink. As it
Yeah,
sets, it
as you
stays the
said.
same angular size.
That's not true.
It
As he
is.
said, it's true. It is.
There's
Okay,
no evidence of it
because he
doing
said it.
otherwise. No, it's because there's no evidence of it doing otherwise, and there's plenty of evidence of it staying the same size. That's why.
If you say so, Matthew.
I do. I defy you to find evidence of it not doing that. No one's ever found convincing evidence of that.
Well, good thing that we can determine the nature of the surface without having to appeal to what appears to be in the sky, huh? So
I think the sky is good evidence for the shape of the surface.
It's not really relevant when we can observe and measure the surface itself. Now, is it, Matthew?
I understand why you like to discount the evidence of the sky because it goes so radically against the idea of the flat Earth. But you just can't like chop
I
off all of this
discount the
evidence of
evidence
how
of
reality
the
works.
sky because we're not talking about the sky. We're talking about the nature of the surface of water at rest.
The sky is a
The
valid
sky
external
is in the
reference.
sky and the water is below, Matthew.
Right.
Just try to
You,
create
you
the
got
shape
to
of the earth you
you
believe
gotta
in your
cling you
mind.
gotta cling tight to your sky beliefs. I know you have to, Matthew. So I understand.
No,
And you
no,
gotta
I'm just
chant
saying
and
that
tell us your beliefs and stuff. I get it.
my
It's cool,
my
man.
chant is this: that the evidence from observations in the sky is clearly best explained by a spherical Earth and is poorly explained by a flat Earth.
Okay. Well,
So you're
Since
discounting
that's
225 years of physics?
I am not discounting
Yeah, it sounds like
225
you
years of
are,
physics.
because physics tells us it's flat.
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It
Did you even
explains how
study?
objects
Did you
disappear.
even study physics? Did
That's
you even study physics?
physics.
You studied physics.
Yes, I've studied physics for years.
Do you know the laws that using it we are making satellites moves around the Earth?
I don't care about satellites. They have nothing to do with the Earth.
How do you say that you studied and you? How do
I
you say
study how the Earth works. I don't care what happens in the sky. Doesn't matter. The Earth is flat according to physics.
physics
That's
is
all you need to know, which means that whatever you learned about what goes on in space is a lie.
so the physics is broken.
Because in order to put objects into space, you first have to know the size and shape of the Earth. Well, they don't know it.
I said they don't.
They guessed and said, oops, we probably got it wrong. So they changed their numbers a little bit and said, oh, we found something that works.
You're not just saying anything, to be honest.
Because if you look at the three body problem, even a very tiny error, and you've got a massive destruction going on.
I haven't ever seen physics that proves that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, because they don't teach it.
They don't teach you. Come on.
They teach you that it's round, but the physics actually shows that it's not.
How did they?
But since all these physicists love to get their paychecks and pensions, they don't teach you the truth.
So where did they get the laws from? Or they just made it from nothing?
Yeah, they just made it up. It's a cult. They love the globe. Amun-Ra, sun worshippers. That's what's heliocentrism called today. And in order to make heliocentrism work, they had to make the Earth a globe. It's a nice cult.
If they had the ability to create laws from nothing and without evidences and it just like worked, they also can create laws that prove the Earth is flat and just it works. Which means the Earth is I don't know, maybe a donut.
It's certainly not a globe, not a spinning globe.
Oh, so the sun. We were as I've seen in the video, the sun disappears in a place. But how did it still appearing in another place? Because if it goes to the horizon, it shouldn't appear in any country in the entire world.
Well, the exact mechanism on how the sun disappears, I don't fully know it.
I have
I
a
don't
question.
fully know it,
Have
but what I
you
do know is that the sun does not behave like it should on a globe.
have you ever seen like a cat scene of the sun where it goes like for, I don't know, have a second?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I am not saying that like the flat earth is wrong, but I say that if we applied the shape in our minds on PCs or on a paper, you like some things normal in our lives wouldn't work.
Yeah, see, my idea of a sunset would be very similar to a solar eclipse.
But the problem is how the sun doesn't disappear. It should. Like if you told me this then like 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago, I would believe because I can't know exactly if it's night or uh, like in any country. I can't tell if it's night or mm, I forgot the other word. Anyway, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand. Certain parts of the earth are receiving sunlight, other parts are receiving darkness. And that's solely because of our atmosphere. It absorbs light, just like the water absorbs it. At high noon in the ocean, light is only going to penetrate down effectively to about 200 meters. The oceans absorb the light. Same thing with our atmosphere. Our atmosphere is also full of water vapor that
But
absorbs the light.
but if it's one times Earth, how the air in a place is like absorbs the light while in another place doesn't.
As the sun moves away from you, it has to move away from you, which means it now moved to that new place, which is now getting sunlight, whereas you're observing now darkness.
And now, how do you prove the thing I said about the poles? You were there.
Yeah, well, I don't have perfect knowledge of the earth, and I don't have the equipment necessary to gather that knowledge. That's the problem.
Okay, it doesn't need the big knowledge, but just to imagine it. Like, if the sun light gets blocked in the northern pole, while in the southern one it doesn't. But in these 3 months, it gets blocked entirely in the northern one, while in the southern one it doesn't. And in another 3 months it flips.
Yeah.
How does that happen in the same time? In the same 3 months?
Yeah, from what I gather, is sunlight has a maximum travel distance of about 10,000 kilometers. So, if the sun is closer to the north section of the Earth, then it's going to be far enough away from the south section that it'll be dark. But then when it
Sure.
reverses, now the north is in darkness, but the south is now given 24-hour sunlight.
How much did you say? 2,000 kilometers?
About 10,000 kilometers.
That's like it's a small number, I think. Small distance. Like let's say, if it's closest to Northern Pole, why you can still say the sun in Australia?
Australia
Or
is not 10,000 kilometers away from the sun.
well, it's
As
near.
long as you're within 10,000 kilometers of the sun, you will see the sun.
I don't believe in that actually, because well, like we don't have an evidence that the sun is moving in another path between the summer and the winter.
And again, that we don't have the equipment or the money to verify exactly what the sun is doing every single day of the year.
I just want to know how does the satellites works according to flat Earth.
Like I said, frankly, they learned a trick on how to get machines into the sky, and I have a feeling they're using the speed of the machines to levitate into the sky. That's
Just
my theory.
just to be honest, I don't believe in I don't believe in these things. I believe in proven things like with the pen and paper and some physics or maths. So, but according to your theory, I think they might be in need of limitless power.
Well, like I said, they learned some trick. That's definitely what they've done. Um, I don't know what they've tapped into. Maybe the voltage potential above the surface of the Earth, something like that. But I know that we've done simple demonstrations on Earth where heavy weights can be levitated. When you spin a heavy flywheel, it now becomes practically weightless.
Just as I said, you can't imagine many things in when you use the flat Earth disk. Many things goes off and doesn't work. It feels like it doesn't exist. So you gotta find the solution.
Well, some questions are difficult to get the answers for. Some are easy, some are difficult.
And some are impossible.
True. Like, I have no idea how the sun works, like how it's, whether it's fusion, fission, what it's doing in there.
What about the moon? I'm just curious
Same,
what do you think about the moon?
same with the moon. The moon has so many anomalies that it seems impossible. It always faces the same face as going to us, has been doing that for thousands of years, for as far back as we've got recorded history.
Another question. Do you use like gravity to prove anything in your theory?
No,
Talking
I
about the
don't.
flat
I
Earth.
don't. No such facts and evidence for gravity.
Because to be honest, gravity. If you believe in gravity, it will be difficult to imagine that the sun or the moon doesn't hit the Earth.
Again, that's one of those questions that may be impossible to answer.
Yeah.
I just know that if I use Occam's razor, and that it makes more sense that instead
Well,
of the
to be honest with you, I don't have anything to do with the Earth. If it's flat, donut, I don't know, any shape. The only thing I know is we are living, having our lives. Everything is good. And that is humanity lived on Earth for thousands of years, and they were normal. They didn't have any problem. So it's the same case. It's the same in our case, to be honest. That's what I believe in. Like, even if I said that the Earth is flat and I was wrong, or I said that the Earth uh, is a sphere and I was wrong, it's normal for me because I'm living anyway on it.
Yeah, there's for the average person, there's no difference that it would make to them. A small subset of people who actually have interest in what the actual shape of the Earth is. Like I said, that people keep saying, "Well, how come nobody's
But to
said
be honest,
anything from NASA?" And I'm like, "Well, that's because they're just there to collect a paycheck and a pension. They don't care beyond that."
but just to be honest with you, as I have seen, I think that the question of the real Earth shape is is like useless. It uses your energy. It absorbs your energy for nothing. You don't gain anything when you take time and energy to search and get evidences and like fight with people for that part. It's not a good idea for me to keep going behind this theory. So yeah, is anyone going to start a fight for the Earth shape? Because I'm seeing a lot of people taking fights. Oh my God, you are like these things, and you're bad, and you don't know anything. You flatter, you I don't know, you curved Earth believer. Well, I'm going. Have a good day.
Yep. Thanks for stopping by. And Matthew learns, still denying physics knowledge.
Oh, he's such a snake in the grass, man. As long as he's been here, the content that he's seen.
Well, I have to give it to him that at least he's cordial, whereas most of the other he's a true glober, not an anti-flat earthers, because I cannot stand anti-flat earthers. He honestly believes in the globe, whereas the anti-flat earthers know they cannot prove the globe, so they just attack the flat earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm still not a big fan of him, but I mean, there becomes a point when ignorance and malice become indistinguishable, I guess. But he,
I don't
Well,
know.
you got to understand that the cognitive dissonance for some people is extremely difficult to overcome. Their egos are tied into it, and see, I've never had that problem because I didn't care about the shape of the Earth in reality. I didn't care about NASA going to the moon and all that stuff. So when I found out that NASA never went to the moon and the Apollo missions, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
And then
I
when
think that's the first step
y-
for most people, right? To say, wow, this looks blatantly fabricated. What I'm seeing of space travel, why would that be?
yeah, even just thinking about the moon is like, why does it take 3 days to get to the moon? No one ever asked that question because if you put in the calculations for how fast the moon is moving with the Earth, so when the moon is behind the Earth in the orbit, it only takes 4 hours to get to the moon. The moon moves to where the Earth is in 4 hours. So the fact that it
Uh,
took 3 days to get to the moon just doesn't make sense to me.
yeah, I never really thought about that one. Good
Yeah.
point.
And
But
the other thing nobody ever asks is
mhm.
take the dates for the Apollo launches and match them up to the annual meteor showers. And like 4 of the 6 missions come very close to the meteor showers. I'm like, why would you launch to the moon during a meteor shower? You want to pelter these astronauts with meteors?
Well, yeah, that's really weird. When anything would take you out for certain.
Yeah.
And
And most people don't know about Apollo 13. Their landing site would have been on the dark side of the Terminator. They would have landed in the dark. Oops, somebody miscalculated that landing zone.
yeah, it's another thing I point out to people. Ask them if they've ever seen the Terminator roll across their head at dusk.
Yeah. If they really paid attention to shadows as the sun sets, the shadows should rise up tall buildings.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen I've seen a little bit of work people have done with sun shadows and measuring them and stuff. Uh, according to those thoughts.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of questions nobody asks.
And just just to me, like, if we were the ones rolling backwards and the sun was relatively stationary, I believe its path would look, a lot different than an airplane that's flying parallel to the surface. Like it would it would make a different kind of arc in the sky. It would look different. I believe so.
Yeah, there's
And
so many anomalies, but they just ignore them.
yeah, and they're like, 9.8 meters per second. They think it's like perfect all the time, no fluctuation. And then you think about the sun being at our zenith, you know, pulling against the Earth's gravity, and then the sun supposedly being underneath the Earth, and there's no change in the 9.8 meters per second.
Mhm. Exactly. The sun keeps us in orbit, but doesn't affect gravity in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't affect anything on the Earth, but the moon does.
Yeah.
The moon causes high tides on opposite ends of the Earth simultaneously. Sure.
Yeah, we get high and low tides twice a day, but as far as I'm concerned, I only see the moon moving across the earth once a month.
Yeah. Yeah, it's when people really start to examine the model, it's not as solid as they think it is. That's for certain. The quote unquote model. Of course, they have no giant model to explain everything, and they model out little parts of this and that, but that's about it.
Yeah, they still haven't explained to me how the sun gets so dim at sunset and sunrise.
Yeah,
Because there
man. I
wouldn't
never.
there wouldn't be enough air to block the light,
Yeah,
so
that's
it should be blinding.
yeah. No, that is really trippy. The amount that the light, uh, what is it, 23,000 times between zenith and dusk or whatever. That's
Yep.
really trippy that the sun does it, but none of the other luminaries do it. I mean, that's trippy.
Yeah, the moon maintains pretty much the same brightness from moonrise to moonset.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
And
But
most of them have no idea how they determined the distance to the sun. Because if they knew how that happened, they would say, "What's this BS?"
how was that claimed to be done, if you know off the top of your head?
Oh yeah,
Roughly. I mean, just the general of it.
yeah. Christian Huygens decided to do the Venus transit from two different parts of the Earth,
I thought I had
and
something like that.
so they measured the Venus transit across the sun's face, and then it made an assumption that the Venus is about the same size as Earth, and then from that assumption, they developed the distance to the sun.
They thought they got the size, so therefore they could get the distance.
Yeah, but if you look at the historical record of them attempting to determine the distance to the sun, it's all over the map. Let me get the little meme here for it. A lot of people that they say proved the globe certainly got the distance to the sun wrong.
Yeah, seen that. Nice. I'm gonna save that one.
Copernicus got it wrong. Tycho Brahe got it wrong. Kepler got it wrong. Newton got it wrong twice. A guy who couldn't figure out the distance to the sun, he proved gravity, though.
And heliocentrism is forced to have the sun only be at an apparent position, because of like the Senellian eclipse and Selenilian eclipse or whatever. But whenever they want to use the sun measurements for proof of something, it's always exactly where we see it to be.
Yeah, exactly. What you're seeing is not the sun. What you're seeing is the light emanating from the sun. It's an apparent position, not an actual position.
Yep.
Don't
Always
they don't seem
apparent.
to understand that. It's beyond their capability to understand that you cannot measure the distance to a light because you're not seeing the origin of the light. You're seeing the light traveling to your eyes.
Yeah. And even though it's not, directly related to the best evidence that we don't live on a sphere, um, the Glovers, they're running out of material and they're they're beating these sunsets into the ground as their bread and butter. I'd like to see a lot more, super high elevation, dry climate sunsets.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I'd like to see done, but we don't quite have the technology yet. Technology's been hidden from us. Like we should have flying cars already. Should have had them for decades.
Oh yeah.
But nope, they
Definitely.
don't want us to have it. Flying cars.
Nope. They got too much too efficient control of the populace through keeping everybody on the oil.
Well, that's not the biggest one. Is if people had flying cars, I could just leave the country quickly and go wherever I need to
Yeah,
go.
that's true.
They don't
Yeah.
want people to have freedom of motion like that.
No, no.
They want you
And
to pay to the airlines to get or a boat in order to get to another country. You just can't pick up and leave and go in a matter of minutes.
that'd be nice, man. We wouldn't be sitting here right now. We'd know a lot more than we know.
Yeah. Like I should be able to fly anywhere I want around the earth in my own private conveyance. I shouldn't have to worry about airlines who don't fly where I want to go. Because
Yeah.
because those southern airline routes, they keep talking about, oh, they fly from Sydney to Santiago. That's not the problem. The problem is all the flights that they do not fly. That makes zero sense. Because the airline model is based on making money. And the way that the easiest way they can make money is by reducing flight times, fuel used, paying air crews, and the damage done to aircraft by cycles. Because most people don't understand that an airliner, every time it takes off and lands, that's a cycle. And that's what limits the lifespan of an aircraft. So the fact that if you want to fly from one city, you have to go through another city and then finally get to your other city, that damages the aircraft more than a direct flight.
Yeah. Never thought about that.
And like I said, their direct flights are the most profitable flights for airlines, which is why a lot of airlines got the 757, Boeing's aircraft. It was an awesome aircraft. It could fly long distances and land at medium airports. And the airlines loved that plane because it was making them money from direct flights. So you wanted to fly to Ireland? Great. You could fly from some small airport like Atlanta, like a small airport from a medium airport to some medium airport in Ireland, and people were happy and they paid a little extra, but they got where they wanted to go on a single flight.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And even the blimps or whatever that used to be, that was
Oh
probably a
yeah.
lot more efficient. And
Oh yeah, the Zeppelins. The Zeppelins were a huge problem for the ocean liners. Took 7 days to cross the Atlantic in an ocean liner. The Zeppelin could do it in 48 hours.
well,
And guess who made the flammable material for the outside of the Zeppelin? American companies. American companies that were also owning ocean liners. The same people who probably own the ocean liners were the ones who also owned these companies that produced the flammable fabric that was used for the Zeppelin.
yeah, the big scare tactic.
Yeah, great way to end a technology is make a disaster. Because as soon as the Hindenburg went on fire like that, everybody forgot about the Zeppelins, and they also
We
forgot that the U.S. was didn't want to export any helium as well, so they had to fill it with hydrogen, which was a contributing factor, but not that great.
Mhm.
Pure hydrogen is not super flammable. It has to really mix with air. I've made small batches of hydrogen, and when it
Mhm.
wasn't a good mix, it didn't burn very well.
Yeah. And we see these certain news stories like in modern times, and of course the cycles are a lot quicker now, but they just beat stuff into the ground. And I could only imagine the whole Hindenburg mess. I bet it was everywhere,
Yeah,
just put it everywhere, everybody's faces.
it burned, but they didn't tell you the reason why it burned. Oh, it burned and all these people died, but they didn't tell you that. Oh, that's because the U.S. didn't want to release any helium to the rest of the world. And then the U.S. also provided the flammable fabric. It's selective news.
Of course, aka propaganda.
Yeah. And it's extremely easy to fool people. Like, look how many people still think NASA made it to the moon, landed a man on the moon. All the evidence against it, and people still believe it. Film cameras do not work in vacuums. They do not work at extreme temperatures or extreme cold. But all the pictures are practically studio perfect, taken by amateurs.
There's not very much that would function in the conditions that they claim there is.
Yeah, even cold welding. When you put metals in a vacuum, they will cold weld together.
And then
So how did they get the hatch open?
Yeah.
How did they open and close the hatch over multiple days when they were on the surface for 3 days or so?
And the seal remains
The
viable.
seal remained pristine. They didn't lose all their oxygen and die in their own little capsule there. How did they even sleep in that little limb? How do you sleep in a tiny little place like that? You sleep vertically. Because there really wasn't any room in there for them to sit or lay down.
And they're up there fucking horse playing in gorilla suits.
Yeah, playing golf on the moon.
Oh, you're talking about the lunar lander, yeah. Yeah, the size of it with the Jeep frame, and yeah, that's a joke.
Yeah, $37 million to produce that, the rover. Like, you gotta be kidding me.
Dude, they went out and bought probably a $1,900 Jeep at the time and just stripped it down.
Because $37 million back then was a fortune, right? Talking the
Oh, yeah.
1960s. Let me
Probably a
quickly.
few hundred million at least. I'm guessing
Oh,
400.
it's probably more than that. Let me do a quick little. I'm going to adjust for silver inflation. So-
People back in the day making an actual silver quarter every hour they worked. Like, yeah,
Well, in
it went down that
1964,
quick.
yeah, in 1964, the minimum wage in the U.S. was $1.25. That's equivalent to $120,000 today.
Man.
So, $37 million. 37. Yeah, so let me just pop that into the calculator. Times a million. Yeah, that's like $1.7 billion for adjusted for silver inflation.
Wow. Yep.
You're telling me it costs that much money to make those things? Like, come on, seriously.
Yeah, that makes the Halliburton markup not for $99 a load of laundry look like a good deal.
Like, it wasn't a complicated device. You know, but the most complicated thing about the entire rover was probably the batteries.
Hey, really? What were those two numbers there that you compared?
Yeah, well, they charged $37 million to build the rovers, and I adjusted them for silver inflation. Comes out to like $1.7 billion for each rover.
$1 for the amount of silver that would have cost back then.
Yeah, yeah. If they had 37 million, like if you converted melt value for 37 million silver dollars, it would be worth over $1 billion today, like 1.7 billion.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Wait, okay, so hold on. They spent how much dollars back in 1960, whatever it was?
Yeah, in the 1960s, yeah, they spent $37 million for the rovers. Each,
37
I
million.
think
Okay.
each one, I believe, is that much. Let me double check here. I'll make
How
sure.
much was the count back then?
Yeah, but he's using silver for the inflation, so it's going to be even more. Than
Exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
divide the number of the dollars divided by the price per silver at the time.
Yeah, I take the silver and then I'm going to use the 90% silver. So I have the AI use the current silver spot price and how much the melt value would be of that. So
Right.
I've also used the silver inflation to reduce Elon Musk's $1 trillion. What his value, net value would be in like the 1960s. And it's only like 18 billion or something. That's his real net worth. Not $1 trillion. It's all inflation.
That one's a tough one because where's the benchmark? You know what I mean? You can take two arbitrary years and compare them. You know.
So you said minimum wage was $1.25?
Yeah,
Back then?
1964 it went up to $1.25.
If that was like today's silver prices and those quarters were silver and they were getting 5 silver quarters, they'd be making, what was it, 50, almost, yeah, $53,
Like it's
$53 an hour.
$58 an hour
Yeah,
now
that's
at
crazy.
today's silver price.
Wait, so
Crazy.
what was the price of silver at the time? How much that again?
It's about $1 an ounce.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that 37 million thingamajig, $37 million thingamajig, would have cost effectively 37 million ounces to make, right, as a trade.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
more or
Okay.
less. Yeah.
You take $37 million today. Excuse me, 37 million ounces today, dude. That's like what? It's about, what is it, just under 60? Well, I mean, if you take 100, average at like 80, right? 80 times 37 million. Is that where you got your billion or something like that?
Yeah, like I said, I use the full silver price, but
Yeah, 80 times 37 million is 2.96 times
Yeah.
10 to the 9.
but the silver dollars were only 90% silver. So that I
Oh,
used
okay.
melt value for it, which means it's only going to be
2.1
90%
billion.
of an ounce.
Okay.
Oh,
I just got under. I just got under three. Just under 3 billion, I think. Multiply that by 0.9, you get 2.6 billion.
All right, yeah. So the overall contract to build the Apollo lunar rover vehicles was 38 million. So that's the total contract. They ordered 4 vehicles, one used for spare parts. So approximately 9.5 million per unit in 1971 dollars. But if you use standard inflation, the CPI index, which is always wrong, that program would have cost potentially $302 million or 70 to 75 million per unit.
Yeah, in today's dollars.
Yeah, that's just using CPI figures, but CPI figures are always wrong. The CPI is always wrong because we make things more efficiently than we did back then. So we gain value by efficiency. So it artificially lowers the how much damage is done to the currency. That's why I kind of like using the silver for it because
Yeah, I'm all for that.
silver is silver. It doesn't really change very much over the decades.
Except in price. Because
Yeah,
we're running out.
yeah.
Because we're sold out.
Mining it is still the same amount of energy, basically. Maybe they've gotten better at extracting it from the ore. That's about the only thing.
The grades are lower, though. My understanding is they're very, very low compared to back then stuff. Especially like shit like copper, also.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of stuff, the grades are lower, so it takes a little bit more effort in, getting the same total amount because they got to move more rock to get the same
Mhm.
number of, so to speak. So it's higher cost in terms of energy,
Yeah.
exploration, and research and shit. but it's still the same element. That doesn't change. That's
Yeah, it's the same thing with when gold prices jump. They try to recover it from every single place they can. Like the Canadian Mint in Ottawa has dumped a whole bunch of gold tailings into the Ottawa River. So they spent a good amount of money there trying to pick up the gold that's in the river, sunk down to the bottom of the river.
What's a gold tailing?
Well, when they're minting, right, they lost some of the gold. Now let me get the story here.
Like those sheets that they'll punch the coins out of, where they do throw it out?
Yeah, when they mint stuff, it doesn't always mint perfectly, right? You get little gold dusts and stuff like that.
Oh, sure.
Sometimes when cutting in and all that stuff. Let me see. How much gold was estimated in the Ottawa River from the Canadian Mint? I asked how much gold there's. Historic estimates suggest that between 2.5% to 3% of the gold refined by the Royal Canadian Mint between 1908 and 1976 was lost as sweeps, slag, fine particles, and tailings, and dumped directly in the Ottawa River.
That just sounds like such a bad idea.
So they estimated the total loss of precious metals was 30 tons of silver, gold, and platinoids.
30 tons.
30 tons.
What are they, stupid?
Apparently they are.
God, yes. That's so much metal. Just throw it away.
It says the historical loss occurred primarily because refining processes were less rigorous in the early 20th century, particularly during the World Wars when the mint routinely exceeded its rated capacity to support the war effort. The discarded refining waste was gravity fed into two drainage systems that emptied straight into the river.
Is it flat? Is it a
Yeah.
ball? You guys have some people come in here debating for the ball theory. I heard some people in here before. Was it a good argument or did you just run away? No comment?
I mean, dude, we were just in the middle of something.
Did I interrupt?
Yeah.
Oh.
Really, you mind repeating that last thing there? Something about the war, they just said, fuck it, we'll just throw it out. Because war shit.
Yeah, they were exceeding their capacity for refining gold and all that stuff, so they probably lost most of it during that time period.
I mean, you'd think they'd just stockpile the kind of scraps, right? And recycle it.
Hey, that they just did whatever they did, They don't always think about well, we're losing 2.5 to 3% here. You know, nobody's job. It never became anybody's job to fix the problem.
That's just so much metal, dude.
Well, 30 tons? Yeah, that's a lot.
Fuck. So what were you saying after that? There was like groupies that would just go out and like scuba dive and shit and try and gather whatever they could.
No, there was a company that was trying to basically
Oh,
try to pick it up off the bottom, but yeah, they wouldn't have needed government permission to do that. So
wait, what? They wouldn't?
they
Or is that
would.
sarcasm?
Yeah, they would need permission.
Oh.
You just can't start doing a dredging operation in the Ottawa River right next to the mint. You know, the security problems just by itself, you know.
Let's see.
A lot less rules back then. Who knows? I mean, I thought you said that they could, you know, without permission.
Technically. Oh, permission, yeah.
But it makes sense that they couldn't even back then.
So does that mean that all that shit's just lying there right like as we speak? Who wants to learn how to scuba dive?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd have a long time to be buried though. A silt and stuff.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool. Go treasure hunting. Be cool to have the money just to try it.
I can imagine a good problem to have is that you go down there, you scuba dive, and you find so much metal that you can't bring it back up because it's so heavy. So you can't. I think you wasted your time because you can't really do much. Okay, you grab an ounce here and there or whatever. But
Yeah, no, man, they get those big
you bring a
inflatable
basket.
balloons, and they take a tank of pressurized air underneath, along with their what they're breathing, and they get those big balloons and they tie them off, and then they fill them full of air, and it will, you know, pull stuff up for them.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I've seen them do that for other diving operations.
Oh dang! Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. But yeah, man, that's a lot of metal.
Yeah, so far they've only done 61 small sediment samples and 4 tons of bulk materials from the riverbed. And let's see. So they think they potentially have up to 36 grams of gold per ton. And divers have documented visible native gold trapped in the discarded slag.
I was
But
watching something.
they are running into problems. It says nearly half of the underwater samples could not even be processed due to an overwhelming presence of saturated logs and wood waste in the riverbed. Legacies of Ottawa's 19th century timber booming industry.
Shit. You know what really caught my attention the other day? Bit of a pivot, but talking about inflation and cost of shit or whatever. I was looking at I'm looking at a car. I need to get a car, right? And the car is a 2013. And I asked myself, okay, like how pricey was the car at the time, right? So you look at that number and you compare it to now, it's like, oh shit, you know, the car lost like 70% of its value in 13 years. But then it dawned on me, it's like, hang on. That was the price of the dollar, like the dollar value back then,
Hmm.
right? Compare apples to apples, right? So the thought was, oh shit, okay, so let's convert or let's estimate, the value of, that dollar amount in today's dollars, right? And if you use standard CPI or something like that, it's like 40 or 50% higher. So you
Yep.
compare that value, right, with the value that you can get of the car now. It's like, shit, dude, it's like lost 85 to 90% of its value. It's a great deal, right? For chicks, like that's a lot, man. I'll take a 90% sale, man. If it's working fine and all that, like, that's crazy. I
Yeah.
don't understand why people buy new cars, dude.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. The cars have gotten super expensive, and now they've got even more expensive parts on them, like the Ford pickup trucks. If you break one of the taillights, oh, you are going to shell out like $1,500 for a new taillight.
What?
Yeah, a
What
fancy
the fuck?
LED taillights. Same with some of these
Oh,
cars. Some of these cars for the headlights. For some of the really fancy headlights, you're looking at $3,400 for a new headlight.
okay, that's just ridiculous. I thought it was bad enough. Look at, say, 'cause, like I was looking around, for example, at just for shits, right? I was looking at Audis, right? And around here, of like the classier or the quote unquote luxury cars, secondhand, Audis are really cheap, and I'm wondering like, what the fuck?
You know why?
And,
They're
yeah, it's because they
they're
cost a
very
fuck ton
expensive to
to
fix.
repair.
Yeah.
Exactly. It dawned on me. I was asking around. It's like, yeah, watch the fuck out. Like, shit, dude. A fucking what do they call them? One of those like timing belts and shit like that, whatever. Or like little things like that that might cost you $50, $100 on every other car or something like that. It's like those are like several $100, or
Yeah.
like a transmission change. Your transmission blows. It's like a $10,000 job. It's like,
Yep.
what the fuck, man? Fuck
Not
that.
not just
If
that, but have you seen some of these new Big Brother patents that are in these new trucks? Creepy
Yeah.
stuff. Like
You're talking
they
about
even
the
they
tracking
bounce.
shit there?
Yeah, they all have driver facing cameras, multiple, and they'll like shut off if you look too tired and stuff like that, and or get too excited. They have systems in there like
Yeah.
that. Ford even has a patent that it bounces an inaudible signal through the cab and gets and basically reads your lips and in the tonal cavity of your mouth and stuff to gain more information about what you're saying. Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
What the fuck? Like
Oh
it's
yeah.
like an ultrasonic.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the
Many
camera
car-
shit fucked up, man.
Yeah,
I have
cameras, and they got tracking devices on all these cars now.
yeah, all this stuff. It was brought to my attention there that was, I think, as of 2016 or something like that. There's a lot more high tech stuff that it's kind of weird, and then early mid 2020s, and now with all the cameras and stuff and semi-automated drive, it's like, imagine if people tune into this stuff and they're like, "Fuck that shit," and everyone storms the old or the used car market.
Well,
You know,
but you can't do that anymore because they destroyed like 700,000.
That, and you know how else they can keep people from driving old cars? The amount of ethanol they put in the gasoline.
Yeah, that destroys
They're
the
also
engines fast.
they're also there's a big thing right now about the like used auto part yards. They're like lighting on fire, like 12 of them lit on fire this month or something. So they're destroying all the old parts.
Yep. Cash for clunkers destroyed over 700,000 affordable, easy to fix cars that lasted a long time.
Yeah, I remember that
Oh,
stuff,
yeah.
man. I was suspect of that when it was going on.
So it actually might be a good deal to get an older car that's like in good shape and whatever.
Yep.
Because by the time, if you maintain it or something like that, 5-10 years down the line, if it at least holds, that's one thing. If it keeps up with inflation, that's another thing. If it rises because there's just so few of them and people want older cars, that's a completely other thing.
Early 80s to early 90s Toyotas, best shit ever made, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm looking at a Lexus right now because they're Toyota.
Yeah, yeah.
I kind of want a nice car, man. I haven't had a nice car before. I've always driven like secondhand. Ford. I had Chevy, a Taurus, or no, where was Taurus? Yeah, the Ford. I think it was Ford Taurus.
Yep.
Whatever. Like we just had like older cars, right? And I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah, man. I've always had beaters, but I mean, not beaters, but old Toyotas. I'd keep running and fixed up. Some of them was in, pretty good shape. Actually grew in value, but especially the trucks. But yeah, shoot, damn it, I done lost my train.
Older cars.
You're talking
Yep.
about the Lexus.
But yeah, even Scotty Kilmer talked about $80,000 Mercedes that were selling for like $15,000 because they were too
I like that
expensive
too.
to fix. Just
Mhm.
those air ride suspensions. Those things were like $1,200 just for the parts.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I I bought a new car for the first time. I usually had these beaters about 2 years ago. The only time I bought my first new car, and I kind
Mhm.
of regret it. I
What
pretty much
year?
regret it. It's a 24.
Shit.
But
Is it is
I
it just
disabled all the
sloppy
big
or
brother. I disabled all the
is it
big
just
brother tech I could, but it's still.
uh,
I mean, it's not. It's a Toyota, and it's still probably going to last me a while. But it's not like the older Toyotas. There's still way too much bells and whistles on it, and too much. I'm not a fan of the technology that it can turn the wheel and apply the brakes, and like I don't think that's a good road to go down. Just even if it's just some random malfunction or lightning strikes you or some system, just like the technology is in there for that thing to kill you.
Yeah, hackers are gonna hack in and disable your brakes, man.
yeah, I mean, Wi-Fi cars. Your car is connecting over LTE and shit. Like, fuck that, dude. Like, I thought it was bad enough when they got like fucking electrified like dashboards and screens and shit. I mean, I can tolerate the one I'm looking at. It's got one of those like backup cameras. It's like okay, and like there's a dashboard in the middle there. It's like a little screen, kind of like it's electronic, little dashboard. It's like okay, it's kind of pushing it for me, but at least the dials, right? The odometer and the all that's the RPMs, all that shit, right? It's the needle, right? Like that's old enough for me. I'm good with that, right? I want that shit. I don't want like those LCD screens telling me everything. I don't know. I just I look at a screen all day. I don't need to drive with one.
Yeah.
Nice
No,
to have a little
the worst thing
analog in
about
your
those
life.
screens is your air conditioning and all that. You have to touch a screen to change your air conditioning. There's no buttons or no knobs or something.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
Yeah,
Because
your screen
your
goes out,
older
everything goes
drivers are
out,
not going to be able to handle that.
and it's just a bottleneck, right, for multiple system failures.
Yeah.
If your screen
I
goes
mean,
out, you lose like the whole car.
And those screens
we're
are
at a
not
point
cheap.
now. Yeah. If a screen, if like, I imagine that a lot of cars, if the motherboard goes out, it'll fuck up the car. But I think it'll fuck it up in different ways. Like now, like nothing works if the motherboard goes out, or there's a short in the motherboard somewhere, or a capacitor blows up on the thing. But back then, okay, your AC might go out or something. You know what I mean? Something stupid might go out that you might be able to manage through, because not everything was integrally linked to the computerized system. A lot of it was, I'm sure, but not everything.
So there's going to be a reason. I bet within 5 years. I'm sure some companies already doing it, but I don't know of anything right off the top of my head. But they're going to implement biometric security in your car, in vehicles. That's coming real soon. I bet you.
Fuck. Yo, Boogie, I sent you the link to the one I'm looking at. Check it out.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll see what
Really?
engine's in it. Do you know what the block is?
No, man, I'm stupid when it comes to cars, dude. This has been like a real effort on my side, because I got like analysis paralysis going on, and
Oh,
I don't want
dude.
to be dumb.
Yeah, I feel your pain. I'm bad about that too.
I'm glad I took the time there, because I would have jumped on an Audi,
It's
an A6.
indecisive paralysis as well.
Yeah, really, I just sent it to you also. If you guys have any like car knowledge, that can impart to this like decision, it would be nice. I'd appreciate that. Good with computers.
I think
Yeah, I
that's
always
an
look at
excellent
the basic repair stuff, brakes and stuff like that, headlights, taillights, things like that. That's the stuff that you're going to potentially wear out or damage. So some of these
Yeah.
cars, the brake kits are thousands of dollars.
I think like
I just did my Hellcat brakes. It was like $8,200.
What?
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
what?
$8,200.
On what
I've
car?
Canadian.
only had two
It's
cars
a
that cost
Hellcat.
more than that.
On a Hellcat. Okay. Fair. Well, not
But
fair enough.
still, yeah, that's
Fuck.
ridiculous, dude.
$8,000.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
What year?
It's 22.
Oh yeah, it's a newer. Okay, it's a newer car. Right?
I hit a fucking deer too, and I just had to buy a headlight yesterday. It was like $3,600 for one headlight.
What the fuck?
You ran into
Yeah,
a
it's
fucking deer, dude? Holy shit.
And you only damaged the headlight?
no. Fucking the quote's like it's not even that bad. Just like the hood, the front grille, and shit. But the insurance company wanted to put all like fucking aftermarket Chinese parts, so I just took the payout, which is like it's like 30% less. And then I've just been collecting like OEM parts. I found an OEM hood that's the same color, and fixing it that way
Oh,
so I can get all the OEM stuff. But yeah, I just had to buy one headlight was $3,600, OEM one.
You might as well have an Italian mobster in your little tiny back seat, fucking shaking you down every 500 miles. Come with your car.
yo, how fast were you going, dude?
Oh fucking! It was I was clipping, but it was I got really lucky. It was like a really tiny baby deer, but like he disintegrated. I should show you the picture. Like the whole side of my car looks like Mad Max. There's blood like right from the front fender right up to my license plate. And
Oh,
Yeah.
the car behind me tried to went to go move it. He's like I there's nothing left. He's like I can't even see nothing. I seen his hoof.
Yeah, man.
It's
I caught one about
disintegrated.
2 months ago, man. I was really lucky. It was right underneath. I was able to veer off and just clipped it. It was right underneath my headlight. Didn't bust any lights. Didn't pop any airbags. So it could have been a lot worse, but it was still like
popped his heads
in
off.
my only new car I ever had. I was still pretty butthurt.
Popped his heads off, probably. Jesus Christ.
There was no blood or anything. Like I think he walked off. There was no body. I mean, I think
Oh, really?
he had a headache. Yeah, he didn't even die.
I heard a
It
story.
doesn't take
kangaroos do
much
as
to tear
well.
up them plastic bumpers. It doesn't take much to do a lot of damage to a new car.
Yeah, I heard a story. I heard a story of these guys, these kids up north. They were driving around, and there was a moose, like a giant fucking moose, in the road, and they wanted to get by, and they couldn't because the fucking moose is in the way. So they were like honking at it and like taunting it and shit, like get the fuck out of the way. And the moose was just standing there, right? So they keep honking and like revving the vehicle and like approaching it and backing up to try and like scare it off. And the fucking moose charged their car and like busted it up and whatever. And the insurance company said, "Fuck you! You guys are like antagonizing an animal. We don't, like no wonder you fucking got busted up. We're not paying for that." The animal was fine, but like
Insurance companies are fucked.
these dumb
Yeah.
kids, man.
Bullshit.
I would drive the shit out of that Lexus. I really like it. I think
What
that's a
is
really
that what
good
you're getting,
sweet
Mick?
spot. That's a really
I'm
good
looking
sweet
at one
spot
now.
for the technology because it's got all the comforts and the bells and whistles, but it doesn't have Big Brother in it really yet. I mean, it might have a traditional tracker type thing, but like that's about it. I think the early 2010s is a sweet spot to get all the cushy stuff and not so much Big Brother.
I thought so, eh? Yeah, 2016 was what I was told. It was like after that year and afterwards, there's the quality degradation and things are getting implemented, like all that, like the
Yeah,
monitoring shit.
and automated, too much automated stuff like the
Wow.
steering and well, that's more recent than that probably, except for maybe some of the high end luxury stuff. But yeah, it kind of creeps me out a little bit to know that my car has the ability mechanically to just jerk the shit out of the wheel.
Turn on.
Yeah,
You know?
apply the brakes or do these things, And sure,
weird.
they rigorously test that because that's a huge safety issue. But I'm sure it happens. I'm sure. I mean, something
goes wrong,
things fail.
You're on the highway and apply the brakes.
I turned that shit off real quick, man. The auto steer stuff. Like, there's a lot of potholes to dodge around here, and it was trying to like counter correct,
Right.
man. Not let me dodge potholes. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, Timbo, I just sent you a link to something I'm looking at. I haven't had a car in 6 months, so I'm like,
Well, that's
kind of like
300. That's
you know,
300 horsepower and still decent gas mileage. I mean, yeah,
it's it takes premium fuel. It's a
all-wheel
bit of a
drive.
bummer, but I mean, yeah, I'm like, fuck it, you know.
Yeah, they're nice cars, man. Yeah, I would drive it for
Yeah,
sure.
Lexus,
What are
man.
they asking
Built
for?
by Toyota. Fucking can't go wrong, right?
Exactly. That's
Okay,
what I
that's
said,
what
man.
I've heard.
Especially
Yeah.
the early 80s to early 90s Toyotas, dude. Nothing like them.
Unbreakable.
I have a family member who drove a cab for a long time, and he owns a Mercedes from back in the 80s, dude. Or
Oh yeah, the
is it an 80
diesel.
or 90s Mercedes? It has, I think, 1.7 million kilometers on it, and it still fucking drives, dude. Yeah, he maintains it. He still has it, like, just for shits. You know, he doesn't really use it, but it drives well. I mean, it looks like a soapbox, you know, like, but it drives, right?
My
And
first
he's
car.
telling,
Oh,
oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, he tells me, he's like, yeah, once Mercedes went like mainstream, like all the others in the early 2000s, 90s, or something like that, like they turned to shit. They're just like BMWs and Audis and whatever. They take like tens of thousands of dollars in stupid repairs every now and then. Like, it's not worth it. But that thing drives, man. I was like, wow, okay.
If you really hunt around and find some of these rare model 80s Toyotas, a lot of them are going up in value, man. Just because, people see the things that are changing and people just like it. It's becoming nostalgic for a different generation of people, and a lot of these really, really well made cars that are really easy to work on, people are starting to want them.
It's like
I
retro
have, a,
video games.
I have an 87 Toyota, but it's just a little two-seater. It's not very practical, but it's super fun to drive. Mid-engine, but
little
I
zippy.
would love to have a truck of about the same year. I'd love to have one of the little pickup trucks mid-80s.
You name your car. If I had that, I'd call him Zippy.
I never did really get into naming my cars. Maybe I should.
I don't know. People name their boats, right?
Yeah, true. I'd probably call it something stupid like Old Blue. Good old Blue.
There you go. Yeah, I've never been good with cars, man. It's just so complicated, all these different parts. And I don't understand the mechanics. I'm dumb when it comes to cars.
I mean, that
Completely
Lexus is going to be a lot harder to work on than an 87 Toyota, but I still think it's a good year and a good car.
Yeah, you can still do the simple stuff though, like change the oil filter, change the fuel filter, change the air filters, and change your oil, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
First things
It's not
first.
too bad.
First things first. It's like, I'll get it. I mean, I'll check it out, right? First, if I get it, which I think I might. I mean, the guy has a service history on it, and he's got the Carfax.
What are they asking?
So
What's the mileage?
it's 212 kilometers, and they're asking 1,400 14,000 Canadian. So it's like, imagine like dropping 10 grand on a 2013 Lexus at 30 kilometers. That's like the US equivalent type thing. You know, I mean, the guy's seems to be transparent about the appealing. He's
Okay,
not like,
so
oh, it's fine,
it's like
you know, don't worry about
130,000 miles, which, you know, is a
Yeah.
little bit, but for a Toyota, that's really not that bad. And
Yeah.
it all depends on who owned it, right? It all depends on how well they took care of it. Now, the 3.5, I mean, that's a really cool engine. You know, it's not going to be as bulletproof as like an old 2022R, the old 4-cylinder Toyotas, but I still, man, and what'd you say? Let me transport or convert the price. What did you say in Canadian?
14,000. I sent you the link. Did you see it?
Oh yeah, it's on there.
Yeah, 14,000. I'm gonna try and, you know, bump it down a little bit. I'll nitpick at it and be like, oh, well, what about this? You know, maybe, what if I have to repair it? You know, can you shave off
Doesn't
1,000
sound.
here?
It doesn't sound too bad to me.
Yeah. I just have such bad. I just have such a bad ability to gauge value when it comes to this stuff because there's just so many unknowns, you know.
Yeah, it's always a gamble buying a used car. I mean, there's always going to be a level of gamble to it, but I
Yeah.
would take Lexus or Toyota gambles over other models, other makes.
Yeah.
Just have someone that, you know, knows a little bit about it, check it out, but let you test drive it and make sure you don't smell no burning oil, bad smells, and it's got
What is
plenty
it?
of
A
power.
3.5 liter petrol,
Yeah,
is it?
yeah, over 300 horsepower. Yeah, all-wheel
Yeah.
drive too, so it'd be good
V6,
in
is
snowy
it?
roads. Yeah.
Yeah, we need the all-wheel drive up here, man. The winters are nasty. Right, man.
Yeah, man. Same here. Same here. Gotta have it. That's one of the reasons I broke down and got a new one, man. Because the 87 Toyota is a rear-wheel drive, so the only thing it's good for in the snow is just having fun. You know, it doesn't go very good at all.
Can anybody explain why the Earth is flat?
Because it measures that way.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's how we see it.
Here we go.
Pivot.
Can you explain why it's a sphere? No. No. Did you say no?
No, they teach us that the Earth is fair at school, so I'm just curious
Okay.
to know
So
how do you think
what
the Earth
else
is?
did? Yeah. What evidence did they give you that it was a sphere?
Many, I guess.
Like what? Start with one. Start with your best one.
One of the top reasons is that the moon eclipse.
Oh, it could be anything, right? Saying that because the shadow on the moon looks like it's curved, and that's the shadow of the Earth on a curved surface.
Yeah.
How do you know that? You ever tried to project a straight line onto a curved ball? It becomes curved. You know that? What about a curved line onto a curved ball? That's an interesting one. Guess you're not really interested in a conversation, though, are you? just came in to say,
And also,
Oh
what do you
shit.
think about the photos space that shows that the Earth is round?
can you confirm that they are a representation of reality? Me personally, I think they're bullshit.
Alright, sure. So, can I know what made you think that the Earth is flat?
It measures that way. So visually we see it that way. Practically we use it that way, and empirically it measures that way. All points to a flat surface, not a globe.
But do you know that there are many things that doesn't make sense in a flat Earth, but does in the spherical Earth?
Like what? Like what? Like what, dude?
Wait a moment.
If you're gonna have these sporadic conversations, I'm not interested, mate. You can fucking come back when you're free. I'm gonna waste my time sitting around for you to answer my fucking questions.
He's got to
Answer them.
Google it, man. He's got to Google it, Jimbo. Give him a chance to Google. Fuck.
Yeah, it's alright. How are you, mate?
Kind
Okay,
of funny he mentioned.
do you believe
KTO,
that
it's kind of funny you mentioned teachers. Your teachers aren't really teachers; they're just tellers. They're only telling you stuff that they learned out of a book. If you go there and question them about the circumference of the Earth or the distance of the sun, they can't answer shit. So they're not teachers; they're just tellers. I just thought I'd point that out.
Jimbo, thank you.
I get it. So, do you believe that the Earth revolves around the sun?
No.
Why?
Well, from our perspective, all we see is the sun moving across the sky.
Then, if the Earth is not revolving or spinning, then how is the cycle of the shift of the day and night happening?
Well, the sun moves across the sky.
Oh, but there isn't any evidence that proves that the sun moves.
Well, that's what do you see? Do you see the sun moving?
No, I don't.
You don't see the sun moving. That's weird. What does the sun do then?
The sun is it's it's on a fixed position. It doesn't move, and there are planets
But
that revolves
what
around
do
it.
you see it? What do you see it do?
The sun?
Yeah.
Nothing. Just
Are you
hanging
sure
out.
that the sun's? Are you sure it's in a fixed position, or is it moving at millions of miles an hour?
I mean, I don't see it moving, but
You don't see it moving.
I see it changing positions.
Well, wouldn't that be it moving from your position?
But I think that's an illusion that creates when the Earth revolves or spins.
So then you would have to tell me why that would be an illusion. Why what you see is not what's happening.
Oh, I mean, I couldn't think that the sun moves because it's very big.
Well, I don't know that either. See, there's a lot of. I'll be generous with you because I can hear you're new to the topic. Right? All of this stuff that you're making claims about, you can't prove. None of it. Earth appears to be flat, measures that way. Contrary is that it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of outer space. So you'd have to prove that, right?
Are there any proofs that the Earth is flat?
No, are there any proofs that it's a globe?
I mean, there are. Studies were made.
Yeah, which ones?
Many.
Where?
Like the photos, the sunrise and sunset.
That's not a study.
The time zones, the sheeps disappear whole
Time
first.
zones are just made up. Doesn't prove a globe. I'll be back in a sec.
I have one question. So if the sun is small and close above a flat Earth, why doesn't everyone see it at the same time? Where exactly does it go at night?
Who said it was small and close?
Flat Earthers?
Because
If the sun is
Like the
let's-
hive mind, the flat Earth hive mind said it.
like if the sun is revolving around the Earth, then why can everybody see it? And where does it go at night?
oh, during the day, where I am in Australia, the sun is over my head, and then it travels away, and it's light for someone else and dark for me.
Oh, the sun is actually too big that it can cover the whole Earth if it's flat and if it's revolving it. It doesn't make sense.
How do you know that? What's the size of the sun?
Oh, well, again, scientific studies and proofs.
Not science. Definitely not science. Metaphysics, maybe.
So you're saying
Scientifical.
So you're saying that the sun is acting like a spotlight.
I didn't say it was a spotlight either. I said that when the sun passes over your head, it's daytime, and when it moves away from you, it's daytime in another location. That doesn't mean it's a spotlight.
Yeah, all of this stuff's observable. Like you can observe it, we observe it, everyone all over the earth observes it. Like you guys are just adding a story to it. Pretty simple, right? Doesn't change the earth from the measurements of being flat. Like if the sun is doing what it's doing and the surface measures flat, then the sun is doing what it's doing over a flat surface. There's no way about getting away from that.
So is there a flat Earth map that accurately predicts the distance and flight times, like between every pair of cities on Earth?
Yeah, all of them are flat maps. You don't navigate off a globe, you navigate off a flat projected map. But regardless, again, that kangaroo guy's question was, if it measures that way, it doesn't matter what else is going on. If I come in and measure the surface of your table to be flat, is the surface of your table now not flat because the light above the table's round? It's measured. You can't change that fact.
41. I get it. But how does gravity work on flat Earth? Because on round Earth, it pulls everything towards the center, right?
No, that's not the current belief of gravity. The current belief is that it's not a force and it doesn't pull. So that's incorrect in your own belief.
So are you claiming that there's no gravity?
No, I said that your claim of gravity being a force that's pulling something is incorrect according to today's belief on what the cause of gravity is. It's not a force. So you're incorrect there.
So how does it work in flat Earth?
How does it work on the globe? Yeah, they don't know. All we know is that some objects fall to the earth at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh, sure. So, if you look up to the sky, you can see that it's rounded. Don't you think it's a proof that that proves that the Earth is round?
When I look down to the earth, it's flat. Wouldn't that be proof that the earth is flat?
The sky.
Why are you looking at the sky? You need to look at what's under your feet.
Only way you can tell. First-hand measurements.
Yeah, I need some new flooring in my house on the floor. Can someone please measure my light?
Yeah, just look up. Look up and get the level out. Look up, it'll be level.
He's gone.
Hopefully he goes away and thinks about it, right? All this stuff I am saying does sound stupid when it's repeated back to me. I know a lot of people think we're trolling, right? But it's just funny now.
Man, some of the things I've been listening, because I've been listening when I'm at work, some of the things I hear are just fucking insane, mate. And sometimes I just want to jump in. I can't, like, I'm busy, but I'm like, oh, I've got to get in and say something. This is insane.
I'm the same. I got noise background most of the time during the week. Like, what did that guy just say?
Yeah.
Did you hear the one of the guys the other day? He came in. He was just scattergun, right? And he was talking about communications through satellites. Said, if we have communications that most of the majority of the world's communications is through satellites. And I said, but what would you say if I said 98% of the world's communications are through undersea cables? What? And he said, well, you can't lay cables on a flat surface.
No, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, gravity would pull it sideways.
Yeah, that's off that. Someone apparently a little while ago did a little thing about flat Earth, little talk, and they were talking about gravity pulling everyone sideways.
Yeah, they turned it into an ice cream cone, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the center of the mass was at the center. So as you walked away on a flat Earth, it would feel like you were walking uphill.
Yeah, and you'd have to be, and like the further you got to the edge, you were laying over like you're fucking Michael
leaning,
Jackson
yeah.
walking. Yeah.
Hey Timbo, you want to hear something crazy?
Yes, please.
So we were fucking out fishing. This was like maybe about a week ago. And we were sitting on the lake. There was like a storm rolling in. We knew it was coming. We were just trying to fish till the end. And fucking all of a sudden I cast my line out and my line is like hovering in the air about 20 feet, just fucking hovering there. And we just kind of fucking looked at each other and I reeled my line in and my line was like charged. It was like zapping me and I could hear it. Like it was like buzzing. Yeah, dude, it was, we were so freaked out. We just kind of looked at each other and we got the fuck out of there so fast. And
You think there was a lightning storm coming or something?
yeah, it definitely was like something in the air. And we got the boat loaded up and yeah, there was like a huge lightning storm. But and now that now that it happened to me, I kind of started looking on YouTube, and it's kind of like a common thing. And yeah, but my line was like straight out 20 feet in the air, just floating.
Did you get any superpowers?
What's
Was it a
that?
nylon line or?
Yeah, it was like the see through. We're just fishing for perch, so it's like a 2-pound test. It's a really light test. It was trippy, dude. It was unbelievable. But where's gravity there, right? Like,
Anti-gravity and electricity.
anti-gravity fishing line. That'd be a good slogan for them to sell.
Yeah, you can cast it as far as you want.
But it stays in the air, so you never catch a fish unless you're going for flying fish.
Seagulls.
Yeah, and like I said, we were just using, like, all I had on the end of my hook was like a worm and just a plain hook, like a number 6 hook. So like, I'm sure maybe the line was making it float. I don't know, but it was literally shocking me as I was touching it. And yeah, we've never been so freaked out, man. We got the fuck out of there so fast. Lots of stories online though that happening, and then people get struck by lightning. Yeah. So I'm glad that didn't happen.
Plateau. Plateau.
No one is speaking.
ทีมเขาบอกฮัลโหลเนี่ยไม่น่าเป็นแฟนนะได้คนที่เก็บตัวไม่เป็นบ้าถ้าเธอไม่มีกันมาเป็นแฟนนะอยู่ไปคน
Sorry, football.
Hello, the eccentric geocentrist. Not being able to see the YouTube that you're seeing, but I want to ask you a question.
The Earth is actually a donut shape. Okay, anyway. Bye.
angles and whatnot. So it's really
Yeah.
interesting stuff. Oh, but it's only 0.1 of a degree. Well,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, that's what the technologist was coming up with, and he sent me a thing figuring the newtons of pressure you would feel, and
Oh
and
shit!
yeah, and it, I
Wow.
mean it's easy to test it. You get an airplane, it starts dropping 1,800, or actually it came up to more than that, 2,700 feet per minute, and you're gonna feel it. And like that commercial pilot, I ran it past him a week ago, and I don't know that he's a flat earther now, but he was really questioning the ball model, because he said, "Yeah, you're going to notice that kind of drop big time." And he said, "Yeah, we don't do that."
I noticed the slightest drop in planes. I hate that shit, eh? But what would be interesting is to be up the front with the pilot. You know where you get that feeling where it drops down a bit. You all know it happens. Anyone that's been on a plane knows exactly what I'm talking about. We all
Oh
know it
yeah,
happens. What would be interesting is to go up the front to the pilot and just go, "Yo, bro, that last drop that we just did, how far was it? Or how much elevation drop was it?" And for him to spit out the actual number. Like when your guts drop, for him to turn around and go, "Oh yeah, that was only 100 feet or 200 feet or 6,000 feet," whatever the number is. I don't know what the number is, but it would be most excellent if he could turn around and go, "That last drop, that was a 200 footer. That's why it was really good." That would be awesome.
yeah. Then you'd have a real good comparison to what 2,700 feet per minute would feel like. But
Exactly.
I think I could figure that out with a top of descent rate. I'll try and figure that out, because I know they take a 3-degree glide slope to descend and idle the engines, and they slightly decelerate, but they're basically keeping the airspeed. Well, they're dropping airspeed, but usually they're 100 some miles out from 35,000 feet. And so what would that be? I'd have to figure out the time, but
Don't you love when you mute yourself? Why don't we just go off the flight logs that we all have seen before from that plane that crashed? Or not crashed, but had one of its engines throw out.
yeah,
Was
that
that
NTSB report.
exactly? So we should be able to. Let's make that full screen so I can see it. What information do we have? We've got altitude, pressure, engine 1, engine 2. So we should be able to see at the end where they've throttled back. And look at that. They do throttle down a bit, and then it steps up and down where it was compensating for the other one that had shit itself, which I get. You can see where one of them had just gone berserk and then turned off completely. What do we got? So altitude, pressure, engines, roll in degrees. We've got acceleration, vertical. So that would be going back to not much. We've got acceleration, latitude, and that would be not changing. And then on the other side, acceleration, longitude, pitch in degrees. So that last little flat piece would be where he's sitting on the ground. Interesting. Heading. And this is decided by magnetic degrees. Interesting. And what do we got? Airspeed. Is it compensation or compressor? I don't know. In knots, and ground speed in knots. So as she's slowing down, so basically at 12:30 something, you can see where there's a vertical line, and that's where it all basically come to a park. So what is the black line? So black line is altitude. So that is a little more than a 3-degree descent. That is probably because it was an emergency situation and they needed to land. So that would make a lot of sense. So what I'd love to see now is another flight which is 100% standard, where we can watch the actual angle. So see the black line at the end starting at about 11:55. and then it ramps down to 12:35. On a normal flight that hasn't had some kind of incident, that there should ramp down at a flatter, less steep angle. That would make a lot of sense to me. But anyways, please don't just leave me here talking, guys. My throat's racked.
All right. Well, I just asked it a second question. I said, so how much would the plane have to drop down per minute? And it says measured strictly relative to the original horizontal tangent plane at point A. A commercial plane flying at a typical cruise speed of 500 miles per hour would have to drop at an average rate of 2,775 feet per minute to match the Earth's curvature over a 500-mile journey. However, in physical reality, the airplane's instrument panel and nose do not point down at all because the aircraft naturally follows the curved shell of Earth's gravity at a constant altitude.
Sorry.
Established aircraft cruise speed. To calculate the drop rate per minute, we must first establish how fast the aircraft is moving across the surface. Standard commercial jet cruise speed is approximately 500 miles per hour. To compute the total flight duration, our chosen speed, we determine how long it takes to travel the 500 miles from point A to point B. Time equals distance over speed. 500 miles divided by 500 miles per hour equals 1 hour equals 60 minutes. Calculate average drop rate. We take the total vertical drop, 31.53 miles, which is 166,478 feet derived previously, and divide it by the total flight duration of 60 minutes. Average drop rate is 2,775 feet per minute. Because the Earth curves exponentially faster the further you go from point A, this drop rate starts from 0 feet per minute at the very beginning and accelerates to a maximum instantaneous rate of approximately 5,542 feet per minute, right as it reaches point B.
Well, that confirms how I was figuring it out. So, yeah, I'm glad I wasn't too far off.
So the final answer conclusion. An airplane traveling at a standard cruise speed of 500 miles per hour drops relative to the starting location's tangent plane at an average rate of 2,775 feet per minute. If you want to look deeper into this topic, let me know. Blah, 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 blah. That's it. 2,775 feet per minute. 1 minute. That's a lot.
So 2,775 was it? 277. Oop, not that many sevens. Go back. 2,775 divided by 60 equals 46 feet per second.
Yep.